I made a mistake. I did the thing with the thing by accident. I
Oops.
muted the wrong.
It's okay, Dan. You didn't miss anything besides shenanigans.
Yep, shenanigans.
Whoops.
That's a great. It's a great word.
That is a great word.
It is good to see you again, Dan, and the list of the usual suspects.
If Dan wasn't here, it would take us about 30 minutes to realize that we were muted.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to believe that's not true, but
but that's true.
yeah. So we've got WWE Friday Night SmackDown was in Des Moines, Iowa, and UFC followed suit. I think we're going to see a lot of cost-cutting measures like this, where you're not going to see independent scheduling of different venues like we would like to see. You're going to see, I think, a lot of TKO events. It's going to be, hey, we had, this wrestling event here. We're going to do this thing there. And so, I guess we'll see what is what. How has your week been since the last time we sat here in front of these people?
Pretty good. Got back to training with Thing 2. So, we're a house full of achy people.
Except for me. I'm just sleepy.
Oh, well, there's that. But it's been a good week. Happy for the good weather. Enjoying some cookies.
We took a walk to this, I guess, gourmet cookie place near Times Square. And
no drama, Jay. No drama. Just the way we like it.
Looks like Cory Sandhagen is back to put us to sleep. A 25-minute lay and pray, then wonder why he isn't getting a title shot. I haven't really seen Cory Sandhagen do a lot of laying on people. Sometimes he's a little gun shy, but then there are other times he gives us that highlight reel knockout. His last 2 wins have been. I'll have to look at them again. But, I don't know. I think that some of the fights will be good tonight.
The featured Freeland won't be.
Oh, I probably will know. Hopefully I'll be napping. Yeah, I'll probably be napping around that time.
You can nap for the featured Freeland.
Yeah.
We'll take one for the team.
C-Can is here. Good to see you. Good to see you again, buddy.
It's hot outside. Which actually probably means I should put it up, but...
Yeah.
When the curls are nice, why waste them?
Yeah.
Travis
is here. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you as
Everyone's filing in. Excellent.
He's got his...
Oh, yeah. It's about...
Everybody's got their little,
pretty long, actually. It's the curls. Curls make it look shorter. And a few times a year, I just, I ask Thing 2 to help me cut it because the ends just get a little gross. I'm taking this full sentence from Travis, including the Figgy by crotch sniffing decision.
I think it feels warm, Travis, because, wintertime basically just let go of its grip on our area. So 74 feels more like 94. That's my assessment.
It was warm out.
Tonight is a well-balanced card with more names I know, which I prefer. Mm-hmm.
Got J's.
Well, JL, 28 degrees.
Celsius.
Probably Celsius, right?
Celsius, yeah.
So.
We don't have pics from Dan yet. Okay.
Dan's pick is he's here.
Let me do this. Points it to the right spot. Text files.
Backlash and UFC 315 is next weekend. I wouldn't be surprised if they're in the same place. Are they both in St. Louis next week?
Yes.
See, I'm telling you, they're doing that weird ass cost cutting shit.
I think they are.
Thoughts on those WWE releases? I did not like Braun Strowman being released, but the rest of them, good riddance.
No pics from Dan today. No problem.
You know, Dakota Kai is, you know, she's not ugly, but she doesn't separate herself from the other women. Shayna Baszler is like extraordinarily ugly. And there's nothing about what she does in the ring that makes her compelling. She's just a really ugly chick. So I have no problem with, you know, a lot of those. Shotzi was released as well. She had that really cool entrance, I think, to the Royal Rumble with the tank. She had like the green accents and stuff. She came down in a tank. That was really cool. But other than that, I didn't really care about her at all.
Oh, yeah, okay. Now I remember.
Yeah, she came down the ring in a cool looking tank. But other than that, like, I didn't care about her at all. And Shayna is kind of it doesn't matter if Shayna is fluffy. She's just ugly. Dakota looks so much better than she showed her natural curls. Yeah, probably. Braun Strowman. There needs to be a Braun Strowman in the WWE. We had Andre the Giant. We had the Big Show. We have Ryback. We need somebody in that monster among men category. We have the Great Khali, right? You may not like a certain wrestler's style, but the WWE product is a more enjoyable, complete product when they have all of those different types of roles filled. So, you need somebody to fill the giant role. And I thought that Braun Strowman was one of the more impressive physiques among the super large guys that we've seen in WWE. So you may not enjoy seeing Braun Strowman, but many wrestling fans disagree with you on that. Jan Jensen says, I have no picks. I've been busy, so I haven't looked at the card yet. Coming into my last year of classes, it feels good knowing I'm almost done. Yeah, dude, I remember that feeling.
Congratulations, dude.
Yeah, WrestleMania was pretty bad, man. WrestleMania was pretty bad. When they took her tank away, it hurt her. I mean, obviously, I remember the tank and not her. Ain't that something, huh? Braun Breaker does not fit that role. He does not fit that role. Braun Breaker is like 6 foot tall. I mean, he's shorter than Seth Rollins. He's got decent like size, but he doesn't have the ripped physique. You know, you need that guy that's 6'8", 6'9", 6'10". Oh, he's 5'10". Yeah, he's shorter than fucking Seth Rollins. Breaker gives me dumb meathead vibes. I don't like him. I do like him. I just like him in a certain niche. You know.
I like him. I like that.
Yeah.
Savage.
Yeah, he's got that attitude to him as well. You know.
I really like his character. I'm gonna spear you in half.
Do you like almost? Not really. I don't really like him very much. But I also don't think that he really got a chance to really prove himself over an extended period of time. But he's a really tall, large dude, and that's really the main thing to the gimmick. You know.
At least the other tall dudes had some other something else with their character. Where they had good in-ring presence. They had a good personality.
Yeah. I mean, right now what we're seeing with the Samoan Werewolf, I think that he's done really, really well, you know. Oh, yeah, I heard that Joe Hendry got his ass whooped at, he got jumped on NXT. And David Banner is here.
David.
He says hi to everybody except us. I much prefer Bobby Lashley versus a Braun Breaker. Lashley or Brock looks much more intimidating. Yeah, that they're also taller, more bubbly, muscled guys. Braun Breaker is just a solid piece of granite, you know.
And I like that he walks around just with that facial expression of, I'm just going to fuck you up. He doesn't need to speak. He just needs to look angry and scary.
Bobby Lashley has a greater athletic resume than Braun Breaker, but Braun Breaker is young, so he has a lot of time to prove himself. The Rebellion Trick Williams turned heel and attacked Joe Hendry to close the pay-per-view. Oh. Yeah, I heard Joe Hendry got jumped.
Oh, Paula's gonna do a watch-along party.
For hockey.
For hockey.
Yeah.
Cool.
See, can't say I believe in Joe Hendry. Guess who doesn't believe in Joe Hendry?
Oh, yeah, shit.
Sheamus was saying during the workouts, Braun is something he's never... I mean, everybody says that to make them... to kind of talk up the guy that they're in the gym with, you know? I did watch Sheamus with CM Punk a few weeks ago. I thought that was pretty cool.
It's taken us 20 minutes, almost 30 minutes to get into the first fight.
I think it's because a fight might have gotten canceled.
Goodness gracious.
CCAN is 5'11". I'm somewhere between 6'2" and 6'3". I think I've gotten a little shorter as I've gotten older. The Devils got absolutely embarrassed, having a 3-0 lead in the first period and losing. Yep, that's a choke. That's a choke. Everybody loves the fight packs. Oh, come on, man.
I know. I forgot that that's your favorite part of the show, David.
Yeah, we don't really know much about Trick Williams. I think he was an AEW guy, wasn't he?
I have no idea.
I think he was in AEW. David Banner. I don't know anything about Obafemi. I think that he's got a belt. Oh, Trick. Maybe I was thinking about somebody else. I think Dan is like 6'6" or something like that.
Yeah, 6'5", 6'6". Dan is the tallest one in this bunch.
Yeah, Dan Jensen's beard is 6'7".
We need to confirm which guy is announcing today.
Oh, we will find out very, very soon. Is that Paul Heyman?
No, Can. We listen to, or, you know.
Yeah, I don't listen to Drake. What?
Listen to more of like the.
He said he's 7 feet tall, standing on his wallet. Gangster.
And then David goes at least. I mean, Dan goes at least.
I mean, your mom is tall, JL. My mom was shorter than 5'8", and my dad was 5'9". So, do you like Roxanne Perez? I don't really have an opinion. I don't really know anything about her. I just know that Liv Morgan is unnaturally hot.
I think Roxanne Perez hasn't really come out to show herself. I think she's just in the shadow.
Be a good pro wrestler. Hamzat Chimaev, maybe. I mean, Kevin Holland is a skinny guy. But all that yapping that he does, I would love to see his promo work on the mic.
Yeah, Kevin Holland is a guy who came to mind.
Yeah, Michael Chandler is not a large enough athlete, I think, to really make it in WWE. I mean, could he be somebody's manager and do their mic work, their promo work? Possibly. Yeah, I saw that a chick is named The Prodigy. I think I watched her in a match recently, but again, I'm not invested.
Here we go. Oh wait, no, David did give me a pick. I didn't put David's pick up. Oh no. His only comment in regards to picks is if Sandhagen loses, that's it for his title aspirations. But no picks yet.
I think we can agree with that.
Oh, did I miss Travis?
Yeah, it's possible. Please excuse me. You can take the captain's chair. I'll be back.
Okay.
I need the drawer tonight.
Oh yeah, because it's warm in here. Ooh, I am leaving the computer muted. There we go. Goodness gracious. Gotcha, Travis. Oh, there you go. David. Updated. There we go. I need to see, since a lot of these faces, I'm like, I don't know who the fuck these dudes are. I need to see their photos. This first fight, don't have a pick. Not excited for the featured prelim. That's probably going to be a nap time break for DEG. I will at least pick David Rodriguez. Sorry, Daniel Rodriguez. Main card, don't know. I'm going to choose Santos just because I'm going to choose against Tate. That's it. DG has a pick later. I will update that. JO says, I'm sorry, but the prelims look rough. They need to do less events. I don't disagree with you there. It'd be nice to have a free Saturday or two. Like, watching the events are cool, but, you know, sometimes doing something else on a Saturday evening is cool too. But, you know, they want money. Oh my god. This chat is more entertaining than this fight. I just sent you a text message. Can you pass me water, please? Please. Thank you. 1:30. Goodness gracious. And this is just getting started. Oh, he's going to take a quick nap. He's choosing the fight that he knows is probably going to put him to sleep anyway for a quick nap. He was up kind of early today with a client. He has Saturday morning clients. And then we went out to enjoy a bit of the good weather, but didn't get back in time for a quick nap, so he'll be here soon. He skips out at the part that he knows he's not really going to enjoy. So I have to do my spousal duty. I'm going to try. Pain in the butt. Thank you. Water delivery. You can guilt trip him about it when he comes back. It's either that or he's dozing off. You'll see him doze off in front of the camera. It's probably best he doesn't do that. Whoa. In the middle of the show. I didn't pay attention to anything that happened in this first round. Oh, yeah. You know I'm not reading that comment, Jay. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. You want me to turn off the stream? I can turn it off. I know it was such a great fight. We all win by losing brain cells. I think in June or July there are 2 pay-per-views. I think it is. Yeah, June. June 7th is UFC 316. June 28th is UFC 317. 316, 317 for the month of June. Expensive. I'm more looking forward to the ladies' fight. That's my vote, Jay. If I had to pick the championship fight that I'm most looking forward to, or looking forward to more than the other, it would be the Valentina fight. And I'm really hoping it's a much better fight than her last one. Travis says, alright, I'm about to play MLB The Show and throw pitches. We will be here, and he'll be returning when he wakes up. Have fun. It's not that I'm not a Bilal fan. I'm just, I'm not excited by the main fight. That's all. The main fight doesn't excite me. So if I have to choose one over the other, I'm going to choose the Shevchenko fight. I just noticed David's comment. This is one of the fights in UFC history. Mm-hmm. I was about to comment that that's a poor attempt at a takedown from Miller, and then she gets the takedown. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Absolutely. This definitely should have been at the Apex. Oh, I'm sorry, David. Because I came home early from work to watch this card, and now I'm regretting it. Well, we're all gonna suffer together. I'm glad you're here. Don't get Jay started on Mania. I am looking forward to the Fatal 4-Way at what's the next WWE pay-per-view? Backlash. That's what it is. Thank you, Ken. Yes. The Fatal 4-Way between Jacob Fatu, LA Knight, Damian Priest, and Drew McIntyre. I'm looking forward to that. I think that should be fun. And then, of course, the John Cena and Randy Orton one. David says, if I was Dan, I would sit down in my rocking chair and catch a couple of Z's until the main card. What do you think DEG is doing? I mean, I hope he doesn't nap until the main card, because I would be very annoyed. But yeah, I wouldn't blame you, dude. Kratos says, I noticed that I missed last week's stream. Oh, that's okay, dude. Glad you're here. Kansas, look up the Double or Nothing 2025 card. It's not complete yet. Tell me what it says. Okay. Or Nothing pay-per-view. It's no, that's not what I want. Oh, just 2024. I don't think that information is up yet, Can. Oh, I see something about Will Ospreay and Hangman Page in the Owen Hart Foundation Medals Tournament. I also see something about Mercedes Moné versus Jamie Hayter in the tournament final. That's it. I just see those two. Yeah, that's all I see listed so far. Oh yeah, Jay, this fight is awful. I'm just paying attention to you guys. I've not even... Nothing has happened yet in this fight to take away my attention from the chat. So, I'm just going to stick with you guys. Can says WWE is going to milk these multi-men's matches. Yeah, but I like who they have lined up for that match. On paper, it looks like it's going to be really entertaining. I'm looking forward to it. Kratos says, I would be going to Backlash if tickets weren't $250. Yeah. Is it terrible if I say I kind of expected the tickets to be more expensive than that? Or is it $250 for the nosebleed seats? Kind of not surprised, though. At all. I got tickets for Thing 2 and I to see a concert in MetLife Stadium, and I, I I put down some dough for that, but it's for a band that we really really like. So for $250 a ticket, it really depends on what the event is and who's playing, but I did drop that kind of money on a concert for later this year. Kratos says 250 for behind the Tron. Those are the worst tickets. 300 for the remaining nosebleeds. I'd rather be in the nosebleeds than behind the Tron. That's wild. Yeah, Joy Walking, August. We're gonna see My Chemical Romance. They're an excellent band. It was worth the money. Worth it. And I don't know when they're gonna be playing live again, so this might be our last opportunity. Jay says, Miller striking. Jesus. Arch back of the head. Uh, bu- 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 bu. Just imagine the regret of the fans who paid for front row tickets at Mania. Yeah, but they could say they were there. Jay says, sorry, I'm a negative Nathan. But man, they can't keep getting away with this. Did you take the day off today? Or you working? You working, John? You working? Sorry, John Wick's in my head now. Can says, I'm watching Double or Nothing. I'm skipping all WWE events until SummerSlam. With the next PLE being the same time and date as a UFC event, and, you know, I would like to see Orton versus Cena. I think DEG also would like to see that. We'll probably be watching that at the same time, so it'll be one of those deals where we have the iPad open on the side and doing a dual watch party. So we're probably going to be watching it as well. It'll be mainly a UFC evening, but it'll be on in the background. David says, I had UFC 315 planned out, and a ticket was about 250, but the round trip flight doubled. So, yeah. So I'm figuring, fuck that. I'm sorry that didn't pan out. It's the flights that really fucks it over. Yeah. We still haven't purchased our tickets to Florida because we have a trip in November. But I need to purchase those tickets very soon. If not, I'll be in the situation you're in now where the flights are going to end up doubling. And then we'll be screwed. But yeah. I'm sorry, dude. Hopefully you're able to go to a different event. It's just unfortunately we have to purchase the tickets like, I don't know, 4-6 months in advance. Thank God that's over. David says, if I had bought the tickets when I first had the idea, it would have been double. But now a round trip, it would have been doable, sorry. It would have been doable, but now a round trip is like $1,400. Shit, with taxes. That's wild. Even for the shittiest seat in the plane? That's wild. I mean, for that price, fucking fly to Europe. You know what I mean? I forgot how much I paid when we went to Germany. But, oh, yeah, that's really long. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's the price you pay because you're flying to Europe in really nice seats. You know? I don't even think I paid that much per person when we went to London or Berlin. I forgot how much it was per person. It was pricey because um, we try to get the extra legroom seats because DG is tall. So we want him to be comfortable, and especially in flights that are 6, 7, 8 hours long. I don't know if we paid $1,400. Wild, wild, wild. Oh, Jay was asking, how about Swift? Was that related to concert tickets? I'm not a. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about, Taylor Swift, I'm not a Swift fan, or a Swiftie, as people like to call themselves. How much were her tickets? I like bands that go roar, 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 roar. Rock, 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 rock. That type of shit. Nah, not a Swift fan. Like I said, roar, 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 roar. You know, toilet bowl sounds. The ones that makes you go, what the fuck? Or the neighbors think, you're part of a cult. Or that you're summoning demons. That's the type of shit I like. Kratos says, I'm done working for today. Excellent. Now prepare for the Destiny 2 stream I have planned for tonight. Very cool. Oh, I am so energized, Jay. Can you not hear it in my voice? The boost of energy I got from watching that fight. Great. Ken asks, did you try AEW on Max? Not yet. I was rewatching season 1 of Andor on Disney Plus, and then I think I'm fully caught up on season 2 now of Andor. So that's on my Andor's on my watch list right now, and when I'm not watching that, we're doing ER. And I forgot what thing 2 and I are watching. She was watching Andor with me. Dan says, the only thing I hope is that Bo Nickel will lose. Can't stand that ginger. Dan, I'm putting that up as your pick of the evening. There we go. Dan's one anti-pick. That's the most important part of the argument. And he's ginger. And Stan said, can't stand that ginger. If Paul wasn't already doing a watch party of his own, I'd ask him to check out the chat. Oh man, y'all ready for the next exciting fight? This is gonna be so awesome. Can't wait. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Your yawn emojis made me yawn. No, David, I'm sorry. So I should have stayed at work until the main event and made some more money. Sorry, dude. Bunch of new refs. Not a bunch of new refs. We've only seen 2, but 2 new refs. Excuse me. Oh, we have? My brain only remembers the main ones. I know. I don't want this to go the full 3 rounds because I think it's going to be a very boring 3 rounds. But then do we get stuck with fight packs if this ends in the first? It almost looked like Peterson was going to do a wrestling move. That belly to back when they throw their opponent over their head. Would have been very entertained by that. Now he's going to be the weighted blanket. Dan says, rather fight packs than these sacky men playing blankets. Jay says, Jones should be nervous. These 2 contenders. These are some very heavy blankets. Maze is just stuck in this position. Yeah. I don't think we're leaving the first round. Nope. Full mount. Still over a minute left in the round. Oh, man. Dances, but are they fighting? It's more of a snuggle fest. Yeah. A different ginger just started a live stream. If anyone wants to say hello to him, Captain Paul doing his hockey live stream. Dances white man trying to hug the black man. He's trying to be a big blankie. Jay asks, what's your take on people defacing cars of people who cheat? Like breaking shit, spray painting their car. Oh, if they get caught cheating? Vandalism because they get caught cheating? I mean, really, who wins in that situation? If you get caught doing the vandalism, you end up getting in trouble. So it seems like a no-win situation. And you end up hurting yourself in the end because now you're in trouble for vandalism. But I think that also speaks to the person's personality, where if you're really upset, your reaction is a form of revenge in destroying other people's stuff. You know? Like someone who did you wrong or you're upset at, your reaction is to destroy their stuff. So, you know, like say if some shit went down between D and G and I, my automatic reaction is not going to be to destroy their stuff. Will I think about it? Possibly. But I'm not going to act on it. So, yeah, I'm not into that. They're just hurting themselves in the end in an attempt to get some revenge on the person who cheated on them. Jay says, I saw a clip where they sliced their tires and tried to claim... Ugh. It's just gross. Claim he essayed her when he dumped her. It's just crazy. Yeah, like they're pissed off, and their reaction to being that is, yeah, throw them in jail. Is violence. Let me destroy your stuff. Let me get a knife and stab something because I'm mad at you. There is something a little twisted in their mind, a little twisted in their brain. Now, for me, someone pisses me off, you know, I might say something like, wow, I hope you trip down the stairs. But I'm not going to be the one tripping them down the stairs. Jay says, I'm not defending the cheater, but if I get caught cheating, then screw them. I'm not risking criminal charges because I can't control my emotions. Yes. Yes, Jay. I agree with you. I'm also not defending the cheater. However, I'm just thinking about the mental state of someone whose reaction to being hurt is destroying people's property. and being violent. Because if you're going to do that to someone's property, I could just imagine what else you're capable of. Oh, grabbing the cage. Oh man, round 2 of this shit. It's great. And now they're both exhausted. Oh, we got a bloody ear. You know, it's something. And he gets stripped. Well, we already know who won this match. We should have started the hug counter. Jay says, I was asked by my sister, if my girlfriend hits me, I should give her another chance. But then if it happens again, to stop it. I said, no, if she touches me, it's done. And she said, no woman will stay if I have those standards. Are your standards too high? No. I'd say no, Jay. Those are DEG standards. We understand those standards. And there are no issues here. I love this, Dan. Out with the bitch. That's an excellent comment. Out with the bitch. Toss her. No. We understand in this household. We are adults. You keep your hands to yourself. And it's very, very simple. Like, it's not a complicated thing. You're an adult. Keep your hands to yourself. Also, let's think about who you're getting this advice from. So, you're getting this advice from a person who is not able to hold herself accountable. So also think about that. If you're not sure if your standards are too high, or you're questioning yourself and your own opinions, let's go back and think about who is giving you this advice, and are they a reliable source? And while I don't know your sister, I think I've heard enough about her where I think I can safely say she's not a reliable source when it comes to advice. Yeah. No. You set the standards in the beginning, and they agree, or they don't. And if they don't, then they could go away. Again, this is it's kind of the point that I was making when you were talking about for the people who vandalize stuff because they caught someone cheating. You're not able to control your emotions, and you're upset at a person, so your reaction is to destroy their stuff or be violent with them in some sort of way. That's not someone who you want to hook up with at all. Yeah, it's not complicated. Like, you should be taught as a child to keep your hands to yourself. And if someone hits you, you hit them back. So I don't hit anybody. Because I'm a little person and I'd get fucked up. Excellent comment, Dan. If you're old enough to hit people, you're old enough to get hit back. No matter man or woman. Yeah. I don't want to get hit. Fuck that shit. Keep your hands to yourself. Yep. He's taking a nap. He'll be back. He'll be back. Hopefully the nap is not too long. Jay says, I'm not trying to hit. I try not to hit anyone. Like, it's not that I'm afraid. It's just that criminal charges could ruin my future. Yup. But, TG had and I had that type of conversation earlier, not about he and I, but about a situation that happened yesterday. And when he comes, he might actually talk to you guys about it. Let you guys know what happened. Where someone at the gym was just basically immature and thought that that the world revolves around him. And we could tell by his comments that he walks around thinking that he's a victim of everything. In every situation, he's a victim. So DG was pretty pissed. He had a right to be. And it was a type of situation that made him want to go, meet me outside. And let's settle this. But of course, it's a situation where it's not worth it. He's a douchebag. Someone's going to punch him in the face. He needs to get punched in the face. But DEG doesn't need to be the person who does that, because then when the police come, are they going to go to the other dude and arrest him? Or are they going to arrest DEG? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. He should get punched in the face. I hope he does. But we won't be the ones doing it. Unless he swings first, and that's different. But I agree. And especially as his spouse, I don't want him getting locked up. Jay says, unless it's life or death or protecting someone, you shouldn't hit anyone. It's dumb. So the gym guy wants it to be cocky or was disrespectful. He was disrespectful. So the situation was it was pretty crowded in the gym, and it was downstairs in our building. And we have a very narrow gym, so there's not a lot of space to begin with. And I think there's like over 1,000 apartment units in this building. It's a pretty large building. But people make it work. We make it work. So the way the gym is sectioned off, as most gyms are, you have your machines, and then you have your dumbbells, and usually there are benches where the dumbbells are, right? If you want to do something that's seated, or you're doing some presses. So sometimes people will take the benches and move them, and then there's an open space now where people will then stand and work out. So a guy was in a spot where there would normally be a bench, so people could work out with the bench, and there was no other space anywhere else to use the bench. So what should have happened is that the guy sees that we have the bench and we need a place to put it. He is standing in the spot where the bench belongs. And instead of going, oh, I'll go somewhere else, or there's another spot right there where I could do my workout, he got really pissed off because we asked for that spot. So, yeah. DG tried to explain it to him, and he chose not to listen and just put his earbuds in. Just more to the story. I'm giving you the short and sweet version. He could give you the longer version. But, yeah, it was just dumb. Jay asked, did the one who stole the weights get caught? I don't think so. I haven't heard that anyone got caught. Jay goes, I got yelled at by a middle-aged man for wearing both earbuds. I guess he tried talking to me, but I didn't know. Then I finished my set, and he went off on me. Funny enough, we ended up getting a coffee after. Maybe he just had a rough morning. Yeah, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Did he apologize after? It seems like it was a happy ending after. Not that type of happy ending, but... No, with this guy, DG was pretty much just trying to go to him and be like, I wasn't trying to infringe on your space. We all need to share the space. If we had another spot where we could have put the bench where the bench belongs, we would have done that. But that wasn't the case. And then he was just like, I don't need an explanation. And he just put his buds in and ignored him. And it was one of those moments that made you want to punch somebody in the face. But DG does not need to be the person who does that, because I don't need him in jail. Thank God this match is over. Thank God. But yeah, he just wasn't able to have an adult conversation. I mean, at the end of it, that was really the biggest thing. He's not able to have an adult conversation to resolve an issue, or really there was no issue. If he just would have talked to him, he would have understood that there was no issue at all. DG was actually trying to apologize to him. People are weird. I just want to hear the scores. 2 30-26s. Wow. People are dressed as Thomas the Engine. Boo. Corny. Thank God, no interview after. Next. Jay goes, is it an ego thing? Do people think that being an asshole is cute or badass? I think people are just immature. I think it's just immaturity. Yeah. I think they're just immature. I think in this situation, the guy just wanted to be upset. I don't know. You ever seen those situations where it's just like, when it's kind of understood by all that there really is no problem, but the person chooses to still be upset? It's like they were just looking for an issue. They woke up that morning and chose to be a dick. I don't know. I think he's just immature. And the whole, oh, you don't need to explain, and putting the headphones on. He just wanted to be upset. And whatever. Jay goes, holy shit, 2 classics back to back. I know, man. Credo says, my youngest sister told me she's on a calorie counting diet due to gaining 30 pounds during the pandemic. She is 124 pounds and 4'10" as of 3 days ago. Cool. How is she feeling? She's so itty bitty. It's actually someone shorter than me. So itty bitty. I'm 5'1", so anytime somebody's shorter than me, I'm like, oh my God, you're so adorable. Because I'm always the shortest person in the room. "22, oh wow. Young. I'll have to sneeze. And it's stuck. I don't have to sneeze anymore. Oh, I can feel the tingling in my nose. Do you know what, is she using an app? Did she find it easy to follow? Good for her to be, to be able to do that. Calorie counting is annoying. I have been doing it since last summer. And I did find an app that I think is pretty straightforward and easy to use. And I found some success with the app. But it's also helped me with not just calorie counting, but also macros. Especially for the type of activity that I like to do. So With the marathon training, sometimes I was concerned that I wasn't eating enough carbs. And I know most of the time when we use a calorie counting app, we're, trying to reduce the number of calories. And I was trying to do that, but I also needed to make sure that I was eating enough carbs in order to have enough energy to do, to run for 2, 3, 4 hours. So I found a different way to use it, not just the cutting of calories, but making sure I'm getting enough protein and carbs so that I can run without, as we runners say, hitting the wall. I want to be fueled enough. She has her mother to help her. That's excellent. Excellent, excellent. Jay says, I never got punched in the face, but I'll tell you what, during my time in high school, a cop gave me an earful, and I still remember to this day that taught me about respect and manners. That's fucking awesome. And good that it only took that and not something more serious. So kudos to that cop. And kudos to you for listening. Jay goes, is the trick to consume less food or eat normally and do lots of cardio? Well, you need to be in a calorie deficit. Burn more calories than you take in. So for me, before I did the app, whatever, you kind of have an idea of what you usually serve yourself for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So before I started tracking the calories, whatever I was going to normally put in, I would just put a little less. And just a little less, and a little less, and a little less. And not by I don't know by how much less, but for example, if I was going to do 2 big scoops of rice on my plate, maybe I do 1 big scoop of rice, or maybe I do 1.5 scoops of rice. Whatever amount of chicken I was normally going to put on my plate, maybe I would put all of that on the plate and then just suddenly take a little bit off of the plate. And do that little by little by little by little. And I had to do it little by little because I know if I did a little too much, that I would be super hungry. And I'm not the most pleasant person to be around when I get super hungry. Jay goes, so 100 calories less or a couple of hundred less? So my app, I don't even know by how much less I was doing at the time. At the time when I first started, I was not concerned about the number. I was looking at I knew how much I normally serve myself for dinner, and there should be less food on the plate when I served myself dinner. If that makes sense, Jay. So I don't know how many calories that amounted to, but anytime I had dinner, I made sure that it was we have a plate that's about that big. It's like a salad size plate, you would call it, instead of a dinner plate, a salad plate, the smaller one, or I had a bowl, and I would serve myself in the smaller dish. Also, the whole eating slow thing really does help. So I attempted to eat slower. If I was still hungry, I would have water or I would have some electrolytes. And if 30, 40 minutes in, I was still hungry, then I would give myself a little more food. On the app that I'm on now, it's called Macro Factor. You do have to pay for it. It currently has me at 1,400 calories a day, 1,467. I often find myself exceeding this calorie count. But I just finished a marathon, so I was okay with exceeding the calorie count because I wanted to make sure I was fueled for my race. Grado says her graduation from high school was in 2020, a month before she turned 18. Yeah, my graduation was before I turned 18. A guy was bold enough to give her flowers as a graduation gift. I almost asked her father, why did Big Show give her flowers? The kid was tall, bulky, and bald, hence the Big Show reference. Aww. But it's sweet that she got flowers. Was that graduate in 2020? That graduation was still in person? Was that before the lockdown? Oh, my leg. Jay goes, chewing gum helps a lot and lots of sparkling water. I ditto on the sparkling water. I love soda. I like Pepsi. I like Coke. But I don't drink a lot of it. I leave that to special occasions. Like, for example, a few times a year at my job, we have these events for families. And everyone is required to work on those event days to help out, like with check-in and giving out t-shirts and giving out buttons and stickers. Everyone in the office is required to do it. But we get free lunch. So on those days, I will drink soda because that's just sort of like I reserve those days as I'm stressed out that I'm here at work. I'm going to drink the soda on this day, but then I don't really drink soda the rest of the year. I'll have a sparkling water. You ever try the Spindrift? That one has a little bit of sugar, but it doesn't taste like crap. The sparkling water has helped a lot. Also, just finding foods that are satiating. So I'll usually have oatmeal in the morning, oatmeal with fresh fruit and peanut butter, and that will hold me for a good amount of time. But I like to eat often because I'm really hungry about every 2 hours. Like during the live stream, I'll probably eat 2 to 3 times, even if it's just a little snack. We're back to a hug fest, guys. Oh man, best fights ever. Jay goes, "Are you sure we aren't watching a wrestling event?" I sort of wish there was a PLE today so that we would have something else to distract us. Nothing. Fuck. What else do I eat that would help? String cheese is really helpful. I love cheese. One thing about the calorie counting app, which has been awful, and it's not the app's fault, it's just a reality. I love peanut butter. I fucking love peanut butter. But peanut butter is so calorie dense. It was just like my allocation of calories for the day if I would eat peanut butter in the quantity that I would like to eat it would take up all my calories for the day. So I have had to cut back in the amount of peanut butter I consume, which is heartbreaking for me because I really love peanut butter. Jay goes, imagine whole card is like this. If the whole card is like this, Jay, it is your fault just because you put that in the universe. I'm also kind of hungry now that we're talking about food, and I have ribs in the oven, and I can smell it. And I think they still need another 30 minutes to cook, probably. Dan goes, they put all the bad fighters on the same card because they have a pay-per-view next week. Kratos says, seating at the graduation was in groups for the graduate and spread apart. Oh, okay. Spread 6 feet apart for the other groups. Got it. I'm glad that she was able to have a graduation, though. I mean, it being during the pandemic, that's pretty awful, but I'm glad that she was able to. I know that that was a big thing for kids who were graduating in 2020 and 2021, that many of them didn't even get to experience their graduation. Or they were allowed to walk, you know, when things opened up again. I think for my grad degree, I didn't attend my graduation, and I didn't want to. As soon as I was done with it, I was happy to be finished. And then when I told my mother about it, she was a little annoyed. Well, not annoyed, but I think she was slightly disappointed that I chose not to attend my graduation because she wanted to go. And I felt just a little bad that I chose not to because I realized that she really wanted to do that. But I was like, Ma, I'm just happy to be finished. I don't want to sit through another boring graduation. Jay says, and then next week we have the decision wrestling duo of Bilal and Valentina. Oy. I will be having a bunch of snacks for that. Just saying. It'll all get logged in the app. But that's going to be a snack night. If the match is over for you guys, it's actually still going for me. David said he's dead, but I don't know who died yet. Jay says, I graduated in 2021. It sucked having the masks, but at least we got one. Man, my last year and a half of high school fucked with all our social and people skills. Mm-hmm. I'm about to see somebody get choked out. Am I super far behind? David, I think you might be a minute or two ahead of me. Because I'm just seeing it and now. Yeah. And I switched from Disney Plus to ESPN because this is what happened last week. We were so far behind on Disney Plus, so I was like, let me try ESPN instead. Whatever. They hate us. Dan says, I really hope Jack will set Bilal's eyes straight. Oh, God. It's hilarious. Well, that would just make for an exciting fight, so yeah. Jay, are you going to attend your graduation when you finish your studies this time again? That way you can experience, I don't want to call it a real graduation. That's not fair. A graduation that's not socially distant. I hope you do. Like, I know sitting at the graduations is super boring and you just have to sit and listen to people talk, but I am glad that I attended the graduations for undergrad. I didn't need to attend it for grad. Like I said, for graduate, I was like, I'm just happy to be finished because for my final project, the final project, in order for me to complete the degree, I submitted that at like 6 a.m. the day it was due. I was up all night, submitted it at about 6 a.m., and then I got my grade within 2 hours. And then I knew I was, yay, and my stream crashed. Great. And then I got my grade within 2 hours of submitting it, and I knew I was done with school, and I was so happy I didn't even want to walk. Oh, this guy gets an interview. Excuse me. Oh, this has been so much fun. I really want those ribs. I can smell them. Thing 2 just has to put some barbecue sauce on them. It's gonna be great. I have to keep clicking the live button because I'm paranoid that I'm so far behind. These ladies aren't even out to the cage yet. Oh my god, they're gonna make us wait. Alright, get to the cage. Get to the cage. I hope DG is having the best nap ever. Because he's having a way better time than us right now. Oh, 5 packs. How I love them. 5 packs. That guy's backpack is open. I don't think anybody's going to tell him. What kind of barbecue sauce, Dan? We have garlic sriracha. We have Carolina Gold. Or just regular barbecue sauce. I forgot what the other one is. I think it's a plain ass barbecue sauce. But thank you for the donation. I will have 2 additional ribs in your honor. Regular. You want spicy sriracha? It's actually pretty good, not too spicy. Come on, ladies, get to the gauge. What did you have for dinner tonight, Dan? There we go. I want to make sure I put a like on that. Dinner tonight's going to be the ribs, of course. Probably broccoli. I've been trying to eat more vegetables. I'm a child when it comes to vegetables. I don't like vegetables. It'll be ribs, broccoli, white rice. That'll be dinner. Dan had 2 burgers with kebab. Ooh, that does sound good. And for dessert, some fancy cookies that DEG bought us from a cookie shop in our neighborhood that he recently discovered, but we just tried it out. They have funky flavors. There's like an Oreo one, a cereal one, strawberry rhubarb, cookies and cream, dulce de leche, some good shit. They're like big ass cookies. Dan doesn't like spicy food. I only eat food that isn't in a hurry to get out again. If you know what I mean, I know exactly what you mean. I understand your pain. There are certain foods I know that I need to eat when I am home, and I should not eat in public because I'd be in trouble. And certain foods, there's certain Korean foods that I cannot have the night before a race because I'm fine the evening that I eat it. However, when I wake up in the morning and am prepping for the race, it's just not pleasant, if you know what I mean. So, yeah. And it's like spicy Korean food. Ramen, instant ramen. That shit's delicious, though. I just can't have it the night before a race. Oh. Maybe they're assuming this lady's fight's going to be quick and they have them coming out so late. He goes, and nobody wants to be around an old man with a diaper. Aw, Dan. I do love spicy food, though. But again, it has to be at home. And with them around, it's okay. You know, we've been together long enough. They're fine. They'll live. I won't get kicked out the house. Might be asked to use the other bathroom, not the bedroom bathroom, but you know. You gotta live with it. I haven't done homemade burgers in a while. Maybe I'll do that in a week or so. How do you prep your burger, Dan? Cheese, lettuce, and tomato? Or you put anything special on it? Oh, thank God, it's finally starting. Your fiery red hair is crazy. And she's not a natural blonde, so I'd imagine she has to bleach her hair every single time she goes to dye it red. Because that's the only way the color will stick. Her hair must feel like straw. That's one of the reasons why I haven't dyed my hair in a really long time. Because with my dark color, you have to bleach it a bit. And then the ends just end up feeling like ick. Dan says, yep, cheese, salad, tomatoes, creme fraiche dressing. That sounds good. We like to do lettuce, tomato, cheese, of course. A couple of kinds of cheese, if we have it. If I'm really hungry, a fried egg on top. Sometimes bacon. Man, I'm making myself really hungry. Those are some of my favorite toppings on a burger. If I'm feeling like a super fat ass and I have the option, onion rings. Yeah, I would do that. But I mean like onion rings in the burger. Delicious. This is starting off to be an exciting fight, as were the rest of the fights. That seemed like an easy takedown. Sad. The takedowns so far tonight just seemed like there was little effort needed to get their opponent down. Rodriguez looks like she's getting a little frustrated. I saw her, she was like, come on. Robertson is smart for throwing those elbows. I wouldn't be surprised if Banner went back to work. That's not a bad idea. To be like, sorry guys, clocked out a little too early, didn't mean to. All right, no TKO here, just, I know this is not fun, but let's go the 3 rounds. Because I don't need 15 minutes of fight packs. Rodriguez has a knot on her left temple from all those elbows. That's a big knot. Is she gonna get up? She is not, and we're gonna end it now. Boop. Well, I appreciate you guys sitting here with me in this super exciting UFC event. Thanks. I just want the ribs. Want me some barbecue ribs. Cyberpunk. I have to make sure I do my Duolingo before the day is over. Can't break my streak. Alright, do not get taken down. Because we don't need to see another blanket for 5 minutes. And no, and thank God. Good. And she gets taken down. There it goes. Never mind. Ooh, she's got her neck. No, she doesn't. Welp. Curious about Marina's fights, her record. She is not doing so well. She currently, Marina Rodriguez is 17-5. Her last 2 fights were losses. It looks like she's about to get a 3rd one in a row. Her last win was September 2023 against Michelle Rodriguez. Looks like she's about to lose here. The ref's gonna stop it soon. Yep. She now has 3 losses in a row. Last win was September 2023. And the win prior to that was March 5th, 2022. Since March 5th of 2022, she's on a 3-4-5, a 2-win, 5 losses since 2022. No good, no good. Thank God it's over. David's just trying to fight sleep. So are you in your rocking chair, David? We were accusing Dan of sitting in his rocking chair. Are you in your rocking chair? I really wouldn't mind getting one. We know your pain. Listen, man, just leave us in the background and you'll know that something exciting happened if suddenly they're screaming, and it'll wake you up. Maybe. I don't know if you're a heavy sleeper. If we had the space for it, I actually wouldn't mind getting a nice old style wooden rocking chair with a footrest. That'd be awesome. And then just like have a throw blanket draped over it, so whoever was ready for a nap, you just sit them in the rocking chair, put the blanket on them. In my grandfather's house, we would usually do most holidays in his home because he had the larger home compared to everyone else, so he could accommodate like friends and family, and you know, we usually had a nice big table for the holidays. But he had this chair in the corner of his living room, and everyone knew if you sat in that chair, you were going to sleep at your own. So you just sat there at your own risk, and whoever chose to sit there, everyone would just look over and be like, all right, there goes the next victim. And we knew they were going to fall asleep probably in the next 10 minutes or so. But yeah, I wouldn't mind a nice wooden rocking chair. Travis asks, how have the fights been? Well, if you look at David's comments, a couple of comments above yours, he says, I'm just trying to fight sleep. And that basically sums up how all of the fights have been so far. They're so boring, DEG is still asleep. Dan, remember to do the 3 ha's. Always 3 ha's. Never less than 3. Oh, we got a retirement. I want to hear this. Well, we have a retirement, Travis. That's how it's going right now. I mean, I think this is smart. We just read off her, how she's been doing in the past 3 years of fighting. Not very well. Ooh, ribs. Yeah. She retires on a 3-fight losing streak. And her last win was against Michelle Waterson. And the way Michelle Waterson has been fighting, I wouldn't say that that's a very impressive win. Uncovered? If you want, you can add barbecue sauce to it now and continue to cook uncovered.
And how long?
It could be, try 30 minutes to start. Because the inside should basically be cooked. It's just the outside needs a little more.
Which one? Original BBQ barbecue?
Whichever one you want to do. Oh, yay, they're starting right away. Thank God. All right. We have opposing opinions. Jay has Ryan. Dan has Azamat. I just want an exciting fight. Jay says, Noche 320, UFC better have Latino representation in the form of announcers. I would love to see them have the ring girls in different outfits and makeup the way they did last year. That was beautiful. Their different outfits were really gorgeous. I really hope they do that. He said no habla. I love that. I hope they do. I hope they have them dress up this year. Like their hair and makeup staff was on point last year. They deserved an award. It was fabulous. Bruce is in Latino. I mean, you never know. We might do a 23andMe and he is 2% Spaniard. Never know. Sorry. Sorry. I'm awake, I swear. Did they announce if they're doing that one in the Spear again? Oh no, they're doing it in Mexico. No fighters announced yet. Guadalajara. Oh my god, I could smell the barbecue sauce now. Yay, they're in the cage. After this fight, I'll check on DG. See if he has transitioned from nap mode to sleep. Because it seems like it. David was saying, let him sleep, he'll wake up talking about the Mets. Probably would. Then we gotta listen to 45 minutes of Yorker rant. Listen, man, this shit's been putting me to sleep. All of us. I should just rename this live stream to nap time. This is the official nap live stream. I should just play some like calming music. So everyone just relaxes and dozes off and goes to sleep. Nice takedown defense from both of these guys. Oh! Dan might be right on this one. Sorry, Jay. Loader's in trouble. I think that elbow missed. Oh, I thought that was done already. Loader almost went to sleep. Loader? Loader needs to get away from the cage. Yep. Sack of taters. He's done. He's turtling. He's done. As soon as he turtled, gave up. Guys, I think we're going to have like 15 minutes of fight packs and commercials. If you like to nap, now's the time to take it. Yeah, because the one who won the match is Russian. Our USA guy lost. He gave up. That turtling, he gave up. He didn't want to fight anymore. Like, he got knocked down, and he was like, nope, I'm not going to win. Let me just turtle up. That was essentially a tap out. Turtled and said, I'm finished. I have no desire to continue this fight. Dude basically tapped out. Fetus position. Mm-hmm. Fucked up. I should do a live prank on DEG. Can't move the camera. As soon as I touch it, it's gonna disconnect, and then it'll be a bitch to put it back on. Yeah. We learned that the hard way. Not that we were trying to take it off, but just trying to adjust it so that it wouldn't fall off the computer monitor. And then it took a few to get it back. So the setup is, I don't know why, but somewhat finicky, where if you touch anything, it just decides to malfunction. It's not as easy with this one to do that. We will hopefully be switching from this Streamlabs back to StreamYard this summer. We've been talking about it here in the TSP family about going back to StreamYard. Streamlabs has just been too unreliable, or it's too much of a learning curve where we really don't have the time to get it just right the way we would like it. And there are certain features where we are aware that it should be possible, but we haven't gotten it to work. So maybe we'll try Streamlabs again later in the future, or some sort of OBS. But hopefully by this summer we'll be switching back to StreamYard. And then we'll be able to put the chat up on the screen again. Back to the old way we did it. Fight packs. The fight packs we've seen already. Oh my god, I'm hungry. A ballroom would be cool. Jay says he'd rather have the events in a gym or something, not the empty Apex. Empty has no hype. Why not even a ballroom? I don't know how many of those are available. Yeah, but then with some of these shows, like this one is so boring. Imagine paying a ticket for this one. I'd be upset and want my money back. Travis goes, not gonna lie, that's on you if you bought a ticket for this event. I'd still be pissed though. I know. And the next fight is the featured prelim. The earliest they're going to start this is at 9:30. I like how this dude has a Beastie Boys shirt on. Very cool, man. Where's Dana? Ooh, Duolingo. Let me not mess up my streak, because I'd be pretty pissed. Sleepover from the other side of the earth. I'm glad Michelle dyed her hair back. The blonde was weird. We learned that it was for a movie role. But I'm glad she's not blonde anymore. Have we seen this dude before, the one who's at the desk? I just realized it's someone new. Yeah, Michelle Waterson. Dances the guy on the left is from this morning's weigh-in show. I didn't see the weigh-in show. But I wonder what happened to the other lady. Oh, I forgot that the next fight is Misha Tate. Ugh. Can't even look forward to the next fight. Oh, Chiesa, yeah. Got a couple of darn good ones coming up. I'm checking Twitter. Someone says this pacing sucks. We're gonna be here till 1 a.m. We are, at least Eastern time. Yeah, I would say so. The way that fight ended, it's I said it before, it seems like he just gave up. He was knocked down a couple of times, and the very last time he was knocked down, he was like, nah, I'm good. I don't need any more of this. He folded very easily. Fetus position. Just boop. Nope. Nope. He wasn't actually knocked out. When the ref stopped it, you could see he was totally there. Not disappointed by the fact that it was stopped. He wanted it to get stopped. So, Jay says, imagine the Kiwis and the Aussies staying up. Like, yeah. They're about, at least from my time zone, 12-hour difference, right? 12, 13-hour difference. If it's 9 p.m. here, it's about 9 a.m. over there, 9, 10 a.m. The way this pacing has gone so far, I wouldn't blame Dan if he didn't make it to the end. But we are going to suffer together. Oh, and not going to make it as in you won't be able to stay awake until the end of the fight, until the end of the event. Dan says, you sleep when you're dead. Sleep is for wussies. Ooh, sounds like the ribs are ready. Jesus, Kayla cuts 40 pounds to make weight. Wow. That's nuts. Oh, man. How is it? Ashita? Can you make me a plate, please, with rice? Thanks. I was thinking about getting up to wake up DEG, and then I realized it's this fight, the one that I said he should probably take a nap through. I think he would kick me out the house if I woke him up for this fight. Jay says Ronda said she only lost to champs, which is funny to say because Holm beat her for the belt. So does that count as losing to champs if they won the belt off you? Did she say that recently? Oh, my foot hurts. Oh, I forgot that it was this guy's wife. For Ronda, that one didn't count. Or unless she thinks that it was the wrong, that she actually won. Hi. You didn't miss anything. It's been an evening of all of us trying not to fall asleep. Everyone.
So I guess I was the first one to fail.
Yeah, you failed.
I didn't feel good. I had this pain.
Okay. You still have it? Okay. Well.
Oh, it's the announcer's fault.
Now, like, all the fights sucked.
It's the announcer's fault.
Jay, it's the announcer's fault that all the fights sucked.
I just saw him. I was like, ugh.
Poor David was saying that he left work early so that he could watch the fights, and now he regrets it. I'm like, call back into work. Go make some money. It's been pretty shitty.
Did I show up at the exact wrong time?
Yes. What the fuck? Oh, the most entertaining thing has been the chat.
Wow. I tell you, it's these guys that make coming back here every week worth it. And people have been complaining about the lower quality of fights 2024, 2025. And I really do think it's these guys that make it worth.
Oh yeah, because they were pretty. I mean, the fight before this, the dude who lost basically gave up.
Oh, he's probably gonna get cut.
Like he just, he curled up and it was basically a tap out without tapping out. A tap out to punches without actually physically tapping out.
Did Tate start attacking off of the glove touch?
Yes.
That's really shitty. It's a really shitty thing for her to do.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab a plate of food. Do you want a plate?
Okay.
Yeah.
Travis said that he wouldn't be mad if we only went live for pay-per-views. Maybe Tate JL, maybe Tate thinks that we'll care about her if she turns into a complete asshole. And I don't really think so. I don't think we'll care. I think that Miesha Tate should get rid of the flotation devices installed on her chest. Maybe she might she might be able to get into a lower weight class or something. I do like that Santos is doing her very best to attack whenever the openings allow. Why couldn't Tate just stay retired? That was a nice right hand from Santos. Nice left hand from Santos. She might need the attention, Dan, but I don't need to give it to her. Yeah, it looks like Santos has done a good job of hitting her target. Also, she is trashing the legs. Those leg kicks are really making Tate rethink getting in the cage. I mean, she's really trashing those legs. I think Santos might be the MVP of this event because she's actually giving us entertainment. I mean, anytime you get a chance to see an annoying chick get beat up, it's a good night. Not the tall one, I don't think. Let me smell. Let me smell that. I might need that for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna use this tomorrow. Just leave this here.
The rest,
Huh?
how about the rest of it? You have a lot.
I'll probably still use those. I want to see some more Santos leg kicks. As soon as I said it. As soon as I said it. It was beautiful. That was great.
Sounds like this fight is the first entertaining fight tonight.
Only entertaining because Santos is trashing Tate's legs, and her hands are sharp.
All other fights have been on the ground and a snooze fest.
Everybody's sucking up to Misha Tate on Twitter. Ugh.
Oh, there was one retirement tonight.
Nice left hand, Santos. Santos with the jab moving backwards. It really does look like Tate doesn't know how to fight. Doesn't look like Tate knows how to do anything well.
But she's a featured prelim.
Yeah, that's a travesty. I mean, at least she's not on pay-per-views anymore. She's not even on the main card of a fight night. Damn. Dan Jensen's been watching MMA for 25 years. He's a real OG. Then he says, still a weird way to hold her hand. She holds her hands up there like she's already become a vegetable. Looks like Captain Paul has become popular. His Discord is getting a whole influx of people today.
Nice.
Shout out to Captain Paul.
He's doing his live stream right now.
She kicked her right in the titty before she could do anything. That was funny.
These are for you, Dan. I'm having them in your honor.
Captain Liz Paul. Damn.
And thing two, use the regular barbecue sauce.
Oh, man.
Did you see Dan gave a super chat?
Hold on a second. I gotta send that to Cap.
This was his super chat earlier. I will tell you, the ribs are delicious. Meat is nice and tender. Yeah. I feel a little better now that I got some calories. I was struggling. Is this the first fight that has stayed on the feet this long?
I mean, it's never gone to the ground. I mean, you know, Tate very poorly had a very poor attempt at a takedown. Yeesh.
I think every fight so far has been on the ground. Yeah. Well, I mean, except for that TKO that happened. Or the give up.
Captain Paul responds to David Banner, I don't understand beta, aka Canadian. That peach juice is something special, isn't it?
I haven't tried it yet.
You're lucky you had a chance to. This is your fault.
What did I do?
When you came back,
Oh.
it went to the ground.
I mean, shit, if y'all want me to leave, I'm gonna turn on Netflix. And something else. No. Unfortunately, she is. How you doing, sir?
You said, oh lordy.
Yeah, that's exactly how it's going. That's exactly how this entire card has gone. Oh lordy. Oh my god. It's taken a win?
I hope not. Santos really just needs to make it to the final bell.
This juice is good.
That's incredible.
Aww. Lamo says, not too bad, just living. Sorry I missed last week. Last Saturday was 10 years since my dad passed. And Montag. Monday! I know that word.
Captain
Montag was my 39th birthday. Happy birthday!
Captain Paul said he's lucky that he's live streaming right now. Referencing David Banner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did get your message, Midmo. But
Said Little Monday.
you don't get any demerits here for not showing up. Show up when you can.
I appreciate if you drop in a couple of German words, even if it was by accident. Montag. Feel like I'm being tested, and that's cool. I'm at a point in Duolingo where it's actually becoming way more difficult, and I probably need to start watching some German films in order to really get it to stick. Because German's hard. It's a complete coincidence. Nah.
Middle America white man throwing out German words? I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Like, oops, my bad. 9.
No, look, oh shit, you missed the still.
Oh, sorry. This plate is way more interesting than
Huh.
that.
No, the still they caught of her getting her leg kicked into tofu.
Mm-hmm.
That was really funny. Don't worry, Dan. I'm just making sure that these 2 ribs you ordered are safe to eat.
TEG is here for quality check, so that you know when you eventually get your 2 ribs, they're perfect.
Mmm.
With the Deutsch.
So what do you think that means? Yeah, they're safe. Dan said the master race according to themselves. That is funny.
So is this Tate's first fight back and she loses?
No, she's had I think 2 fights. So she's come back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just glad that Yana Santos won. Remember that's
Jude's wife.
yeah.
Yeah. This chick retired.
Rodriguez.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh wait, go back down. Go over her name again.
Yeah. And we were looking at because it was just so boring.
They edited her wiki crazy fast.
I was so bored. I just was looking up her stats, and then I was like, "Well, I'm not surprised."
3-fight losing streak.
Mm-hmm.
Her last win is the only one where
Mm-hmm.
She had a good record for a female MMA competitor though.
It's just that the ending was.
Hey, he's back in UFC. He's back in UFC garb.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to eat a bowl of the cereal that you guys got in that bag of.
Awesome. If you want more, you could also have more.
No, just thinking about that. Is there any more of that juice left?
Mm-hmm.
You got auto corrected, David. You got auto corrected. Messed up your
fook.
it fucked up your fook. Oh man. Fool fucked up your fook. Wow, that just spit out a lot of soap on the floor. Siri doesn't like Irish girls. Siri doesn't like to do much of anything these days. Did you hear about that guy that fell like 21 feet to the outfield warning track in Pittsburgh?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, there was a fan. I don't know how he fell. I don't know if he was chasing a baseball or whatever. But a fan fell from the stands in the outfield and fell 21 feet at PNC Park. Apparently he's still in critical condition. Yep,
Wow.
Travis, yep. Very, very sad. Kavan Markwood fell 21 feet from right field stands at a Pirates game. But they said that he is awake, alert, and able to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if a lot of other things don't work.
Mm-hmm.
20 years old.
Oh man.
Markwood's injuries reportedly included fractured vertebrae and a collapsed lung.
David says the video looks like he jumped.
Yeah, I think that it could also be one of those things where he may have lost his balance and he tried to control the fall, maybe. I don't know. But it looks like they're trying to crowdfund his medical care.
You want anything else?
I just want a bowl of that cereal. I'm going to try to get it.
Okay, I was about to say, you want me to prep it, or I know you have a specific weight, so I'll let you do that.
All right, so a witness said, so this is the situation. Andrew McCutcheon hit a two-run double, bringing the crowd to its feet. Just moments later, horror unfolded right before Miss Thompson's eyes. So this is her quote. She says, "As he jumped out of his seat to celebrate, it appeared that he had his hands on the fence in front of us, which I had done several times during the game. I think the momentum from him jumping up in his seat, and the way he grabbed the rail just seemed like he catapulted himself over the railing. And everyone around was thinking the same before realizing the worst just happened. When you look at it in slow-mo, he just looked like he was jolting up because it was a huge play, said Bobby Ketter, who took the video of the fall that went viral. 20-year-old Kavan Markwood fell over the right field Roberto Clemente wall, 21 feet down before landing on the field.
That's awful. I mean, that sounds like something out of an episode of ER.
Yeah. Yep. 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 Absolutely. You don't. You come on. You can't not think that I wasn't thinking it myself.
Mm-hmm. I was commenting on this guy, an old dude with the Beastie Boy shirt.
This is one of the wildest things I think has ever come through my Google News feed. A South African woman is convicted of kidnapping and selling her 6-year-old daughter. That's crazy. If you're just going to sell her, why kidnap her? The girl went missing more than a year ago and hasn't been found. Kelly Smith and 2 men, her boyfriend and their friend, were convicted of kidnapping and human trafficking over the disappearance of Smith's daughter Jocelyn, who was 6 when she went missing in February 2024. So basically, she sold her daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then reported her missing, and then basically absorbed all of the praise that you get when you get sympathy.
Mm-hmm.
A woman testified during the trial that Smith had told her she and the 2 men had sold Jocelyn. Number one, it should be a crime to name your daughter that. That's number one. Sold her for around $1,000 to a traditional healer who wanted the child for her body parts.
Oh,
Wow.
this just gets worse.
The judge's verdict did not make any conclusions on who the child was sold to or exactly what happened to her. Smith, her boyfriend, Joaquin Apollos, and their friend Steveno Van Ryn face life in prison, and the judge said sentencing hearings will begin next week. What the fuck is this world coming to?
They didn't get the name of the person she sold her kid to. So
Just like, just sold to a traditional healer, but no determination was made on who the child was sold to. So they don't know. They went looking for the girl. That's crazy. Let's see what crazy shit Dan Jensen said. And they don't even taste good. And he says, remember the ha ha ha.
Somehow you followed up with the ha ha ha.
Because it makes it not
He
racist.
knows.
But these are like Dutch, colonists that did this shit. Not actual,
ha, ha, ha.
but it's not actual Africans that did this. It was the Dutch colonists that forced their way into an African nation that they don't belong in that did this. So I'm not sure that you actually need the ha ha ha, but for how fucked up that joke is, you might as well keep it. That I need a bowl of cereal after that. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Thank you, babe. Oh, we're all going hell together. Sorry, excuse me. Dan, those ribs were worth the wait. The ribs you ordered.
That was crazy.
Your order was perfect. Ribs were delicious. No, it ended with the ha ha ha.
Do you think the traditional healer said that about the girl?
Can you follow that up with a ha ha ha? That question needs a ha ha ha.
I'm struggling right now.
That's gonna be the end of every joke now. End that with ha ha ha. If not, you're a douche.
You look really fat in that dress.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha.
Dan replies, girls' ribs. Ha ha ha.
Oh man, I hate that.
Oh man. I think our bus to hell just went premium.
Yeah, like great amenities like heated spikes coming out of the seats.
Oh boy. There's gonna be spikes everywhere. We're gonna be up in flames. But seriously though, that's really scary just to think that they don't know who she was sold to and where she is. That's the stuff of nightmares. Like, they're gonna get locked up, which is great that they're gonna get locked up, but we still don't know where the little girl is.
I mean, she might have
awful.
already been having her elbows snorted, because somebody had an allergy or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Do you know what's in your shaman created medicine?
Mm.
Do you know who is in your shaman created medicine?
I feel like if I think about the little girl too much, it just makes my stomach hurt, so I need the ha 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 to not think about it. You know what I mean? Like, if you...
See, here's the thing. Dan is too old to care about what people think about him. You get to that age where you're just like, you know what?
YOLO.
Shame doesn't have any real value in life anyway.
He's chilling in his rocking chair.
About to rock straight to hell.
Yeah. You could have a rocking chair in the bus.
Rocking on the devil's door. Oh my God, we said the same thing. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why did we say the same shit? That's crazy. How the Me and Dan said the same thing. Yeah, we're definitely screwed. As soon as I put the lyrics to the song out there, his comment popped up. Oh man, we're in a lot of trouble, Dan. We're in a lot of trouble, Dan.
Oh.
Got your nasty ass coffee.
Yeah.
Dad said we are fucked up at the same level.
Yeah, you are.
Oh my god, that was awful. Speaking of heathens, we got little heathen coming to the cage. That is an excellent question, JL. I do not follow that professional sports league, so I don't give a fuck what they do. But the concept that you just announced, because I hadn't heard this before, the concept of it, I side with Donald Trump on this issue. I'm not calling the Cleveland Indians the Cleveland Guardians. It's stupid.
I said you mean Pope Trump.
One of the very few issues that you'll see me side with Donald Trump on.
People are offended by everything. Yes, but what if people are offended by it?
I think that the focus should be, if you really want to be offended at what was done to those people, not because sports teams were named after them. People are so up in arms about the names of a sports team. How about we be up in arms of what actually happened to Native Americans and what continues to happen? You know, we want to talk all of this about, illegal immigration. Well, let's talk about the illegal immigration that took the natives of this land and relegated them to small patches on it. No, the real racism is the stealing of their land and then turning around and complaining about illegal immigration. That's what's racism. Give a fuck what a sports team names their team. We focus on the wrong shit all the time. We focus on the wrong things. Since the Cleveland and Washington franchises changed the names of their sports teams, how has that improved the quality of life of Native Americans on their soil, stolen from them by illegal immigrants who complain about illegal immigration? So it was all right to kill them off. Hey, we have nothing in our belief system that says it's wrong to just, come from some land across the ocean and kill us with muskets and disease. Yeah, we were okay with that. Yeah, we don't have any problem with that. We like the genocide that happened to us. Come on, you sound crazy, Travis. He's trying to put up comments more fucked up than Dan. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't care. I don't care about what sports teams name their team. That would be like, hey, it's okay if you abuse kids. Just don't base your stand-up comedy routine on abusing the kids. As long as you don't base your stand-up comedy routine on the abuse of kids, it's okay to abuse the kids. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of figured that. Dan. Travis better have a chiseled six-pack from all the mental gymnastics. Damn. Did Stevens just come back to the UFC just to get kicked in the head?
He got kicked in the head twice.
I can see why Jones is like a 6-1 favorite. We love you, Travis. Stay just the way you are, brother. Oh, he snuck one through the guard. I don't understand why. Oh, wait. Jeremy Stevens never really retired. He went and he was doing like bare knuckle boxing and all of that. Oh. And I think that he thinks, well, if bare knuckle boxing didn't kill me, yeah, I could put on some 4-ounce gloves. It'd be all right. But that was bare knuckle boxing.
Maybe that's why the head kicks didn't work.
Looks like Jones is getting caught a little bit more too. But I think that when you go into the fire of bare knuckle boxing, you probably just think, you know what? Nothing can really get worse than this. Mm. But he hasn't been in this chat yet, so if Jeremy Stevens can survive this chat.
It's been the most exciting fight so far.
Yeah, definitely. Banner said Jeremy Stevens is in the CTE Hall of Fame rankings. Yeah. He's already been inducted into the Pioneer Wing. I'm leaving that alone. That was kind of pause worthy. Now we've seen guys worse than Jeremy Stevens on that list. Cody Garbrandt might be higher than him on that list. Jose Aldo might be higher than him on the CTE list.
The guy from California. I know that's
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and he also almost had his leg amputated
Yeah,
from.
Usually wears the
Yeah.
braids.
Yeah.
I don't know why his name is escaping me.
They think they call him the California Kid. There's quite a few guys that are very, very high up those rankings. Oh, we got hooks. There's 20 seconds left, so. Anthony Smith is way up there. Wait. Is he going to take him out right now? No. It's 5 seconds.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Justin Gaethje. You missed the E after the A, Dan. He said however it's spelled. Justin Gaethje is way high up on that list. Tony Ferguson, because he's not really retired. I mean, he might, because that GFL or Geriatric Fight League or whatever in fucking Saudi Arabia or whatever,
Okay.
they were supposed to have some events and they got canceled.
Oh.
He was supposed to be on the first card. Apparently, they paid a lot of money to get like old concussion victims.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't this the same cookie?
Yeah, we just didn't finish it yet. Don't touch. You have other ones in there.
I don't know. It's
I just
looking
didn't
real
want to leave
good.
it on the counter.
Well, I want to taste it. I'll put a piece of it in my bowl. And whatever this is.
Should probably taste the other one outside of the bowl.
Which one? This one?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I was saying the other one we bought today. Or maybe don't put that one in the bowl. You may not like it. They have spices in it. Not spicy as in like, oh, that's spicy, but...
But as in, like, you have, like,
Cardamom,
really nasty sex?
stuff you don't normally... or you don't expect it to be overpowering in a baked good. It's usually like a supporting flavor to enhance the main flavor.
Yeah. Like, you don't expect Dan Jensen's comments to really be overpowering, and then boom.
And then boom.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in his defense, this has been a pretty shitty evening, so... You know?
We should close the bedroom door. Close the bedroom door before...
Let me...
And then close this door. Oh! Jones just got his head snapped back. I love the Jones calf kick and then right hook from the same side combination. I like that. Jeremy Stevens might be the next UFC punching bag. He's like, listen, that shit don't really hurt. I've felt bare knuckles before. Oh, flying knee. Spinning back elbow. Stevens looks like he's in trouble, though. He looks like he's in trouble. Is that blood? Yep, that's blood. Get in here. We got blood. Oh! The spinning back. I swore that Stevens was going to drop. I swore he was about to drop. Oh, Jones is taking some damage now, too. Jones is in a lot of trouble after the damage he put on Stevens. Stevens like, listen, I felt worse than this. Yo, look at that lumpy ass eye. Well, you really are missing a great fight. I don't know like where you went, but this is crazy. This is probably fight of the night. Jeremy Stevens is taking 4 to give 1. This is going to be fight of the night. Especially after the second round. Oh, spinning back elbow. That's pretty good. Jones got a takedown for points. He's trying to get that Dagestani handcuff. You're missing comments too. You just missed the round of the night and the comments.
That's also how he eats his pizza, David.
I don't really eat pizza anymore, though.
When he used to eat pizza, that's how he ate his pizza. With a fork. And I judged him every single time.
Silently.
I just watched. And in my mind, I'm like, this motherfucker. Eating with the fork. Meanwhile, my hands are all greasy and shit. Most of us do, David. Most of us do.
Yeah, I don't like nasty shit on my hands.
We do fold the slice, yes.
I like clean hands.
Down to the foot.
Jeremy Stevens can't stop the takedown or the advancement, so Jones is like, well, fuck it. I could get this. But I think Jeremy Stevens was hoping that it would just be a fight that would just stand up on it.
He uses utensils, Dan. He uses a fork, but like, excuse me, he just does like the stab and holds it and like eats it off the fork.
Yeah. But the thing is, Stevens does not know what to do on the ground. He doesn't know what to do.
Oh, man.
Yep, he's got him under the hips, but he doesn't have the power. No, he said his corner was telling him to do that. Yeah. So we remember last week we were talking about guys who would be in the mix for the BMF
Okay.
because there's a difference between a guy who is a combat athlete and a guy who just wants to be a fighter.
Oh, yeah.
Jeremy Stevens is a fighter.
Mm. This dude is fucking sitting on his head. Just got balls on his ear.
He doesn't want his fucking shoulder popped out of the socket. So he's doing everything he can to fight this. This is a really bad position for Stevens. This is really bad. This is bad. This is bad. This is really, really bad for Jeremy Stevens. The best thing that can happen for Jeremy Stevens is to just hold this L and just hold your arms for dear life. He let it go. He was about to get his shoulder destroyed. They were going to have to put Jeremy Stevens' ripped off arm on a stretcher. Roll it out the cage. Jeremy Stevens' fight style is not 2025. It's 2005. And I think that that's really the issue. But like Jeremy Stevens is kind of like, yo, I've done bare knuckle. Like nothing could be worse than that. But then you realize that bare knuckle boxing is just boxing, like with, still just hands. He's got to deal with dudes in their takedown defense, attempts, and he's got to deal with kicks and knees and all that stuff. Jones is very dominant in the grappling. After you, I've got a question for you. Do you think being a combat athlete is just a natural progression of the sport, or does swang and bang still have a place? I'm thinking because John Silva has that swang and bang spirit and it's working so far. Well, the thing is, he's super technical too. I don't think your willingness to do violence is enough anymore in MMA. You have to have the technical prowess in order to have any kind of success. Think about Derek Lewis and what he had to do to continue to still be able to fight at this level. He had to start taking his training seriously. Joaquin Buckley, same thing, right? He came into the UFC really just... Joaquin Buckley's just a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he had to start taking his training seriously. You can't just be out in the streets throwing hands like Aaron the plumber. Like, he had to start taking it seriously and look at him moving up the rankings. So yeah, that's a really great question, David. I just don't think that the one-dimensional barroom brawler approach, it just doesn't work anymore. We had Nelson, the fat boy with the long hair. He would never make it. Mark Hunt, he would never make it. Tai Tuivasa is a young fighter who can't get shit done at heavyweight because he's just swinging and banging. He's up over 300 pounds right now, too. And he drinks foot fungus.
Wow, looking good for him.
She's aged very well. It's either that or it's AI. But she's
I think she's aged very well.
yeah, she has aged very well. Of all of those old ass people that was thrown into the void, she probably looked the best among them. Of the the aging, like um, the guy that played Blade in the film, Wesley Snipes. He looked pretty old.
Yeah.
Call me a hater, but Jones didn't impress me at all. He went to war with a watch. No, Jay. I think you're wrong. He went to war with somebody who came back from bare knuckle boxing, and he's an MMA guy, and his best shots didn't keep Jeremy Stevens down. So, I mean, he was throwing haymakers in there that would have knocked anybody else down, but Jeremy Stevens, he's punch drunk for life. He's not getting knocked out, no matter what you do. Jones versus any ranked guy. I think Jones is going to do a good job because the shots that he hit Jeremy Stevens with is going to put out a lot of those guys. Also, he was really dominant on the ground, too. So I can't really say that, his wrestling would not play further up the division. But from what I saw, I think that he wins a lot of fights. They're not in the same division, asshole. And Pimblett is not that good. No, I think that was featherweight. I think that's a featherweight fight. Let me check this to be sure. Oh, wow, Jeremy Stevens. I assumed it was 145. This is lightweight. I assumed that this was featherweight because, he's fought at 135 and 145. He's fighting at 155. I would still probably pick Mason Jones to beat Pimblett. Jay, I know you don't really like. I know that you don't really like grappling in MMA. You prefer more striking. I get that. But Mason Jones was just following the instructions of his coaches. And you don't really see too many fighters follow their coaches' instructions the way that Mason Jones did. I was not excited by it, but you want to see if somebody's offensive wrestling's got some juice. And I thought it was pretty effective. I don't think that he was looking to avoid Stevens' heavy hands. I don't think that was really the issue at all. I think that he did what his coaches told him to do because he stood in front of Jeremy Stevens for 10 minutes. But we all saw it at the end of round 1 and at the end of round 2. Jeremy Stevens could not stop the takedown whatsoever. So his coaches wanted him to do his coaches wanted him to initiate the grappling, and that's what he did. As far as him being a massive favorite, JL, I think that he was shocked by how he threw the kitchen sink at Jeremy Stevens and he kept walking forward. Busted up his face. So, yeah, you missed the flying knee that produced the. Remember we saw Triple H's face last night when he fought Batista at WrestleMania 21. That's how Jeremy Stevens was looking. Yeah, I watched a super sad episode of ER last night that had me like in tears. So after I watched it, she was like, "Don't go to bed with that." And turned on YouTube and the WWE Vault. Yeah, the WWE Vault had Triple H versus Batista for the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania 21. And I do want to talk to you guys, you wrestling guys. I don't know if
I don't think Cam is still here.
yeah, and I don't think Jeremy Lewis is still here either. But
Dude looks like he's 13.
yeah, I know. His nickname is too long though. He's the only one taking Figgy in this fight? Probably. I think he gets outclassed on the feet.
There is a...
Yep. Yeah, I don't really like Bo Nickel either, Dan Jensen. I don't really like him either. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was his only pick.
Yeah. But, what was I saying?
The WWE fight that we were watching last night.
Yeah, I really wish that you wrestling fans would have stepped up, because I'm glad that I got reminded that I wanted to talk about why I don't care about professional wrestling anymore. And when I say I don't care about professional wrestling, I mean the actual in-ring product. I no longer care, for the most part. We sat there and we watched the main event at WrestleMania 21. And I was able to see some very distinct differences. And the thing is, nobody would ever say that Batista was a great wrestler. Nobody would ever say that. But you know what Batista was able to do? He was able to work with Triple H to create a compelling story with the wrestling. We talked about really like subtle things, like when Dennis.
He's on a roll tonight.
Really subtle things like when they're communicating with each other in the ring, and how they are supposed to be able to hide the verbal communications in the ring, the pace at which they worked the match, the little things that they did to sell you on how emotionally charged this. It wasn't just about two guys fighting over the World Heavyweight Championship. They were original members of the Evolution stable. They were so super powerful in the whole bit, right? And then they betrayed Randy Orton together, right? And then eventually, the betrayal of Batista as well. So there was so much going on with the with how emotionally charged the match was, the slowness really helped tell the story. You know, you had Ric Flair, running around the ring and like trying to strangle Batista to the back of the referee. And the way that he sold it. Because obviously you're not.
27? Goodness. I thought they were going to be like he's 21.
Yeah, so I mean, look at his nose. His nose says he's been in a lot of fights. Both of them, actually. He's got an umbrella on the middle of his face. Well, you want to talk about a boring suit? Ugh. But anyway, JL says, I got my I'm done with wrestling moment 2 weeks ago with that closing main event. Well, John Cena did promise that he was going to ruin wrestling for the fans, right?
I was
He was waiting for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that the way, JL, go back to YouTube and go to the WWE Vault, WWE YouTube channel. A couple weeks ago, they released the. Also, Motorhead did a live rendition of Time to Play the Game, and it was not good at all. I'm like, damn, they must have been having a really bad day. And then, like, she and I started talking about, like, how the speed of the drummer, the drummer is the timekeeper.
Yeah.
How it can add or detract from the quality of a live,
Show.
of a live show. So that was kind of crazy. Today looks like a fucking stick bug.
I think of all the entrances we've seen over the years, and I'll say over the years because we haven't seen as many within the past 5 years, 3 years. The concert opening, I really love.
Yeah.
If they have the opportunity to get the actual band who does their opening, I think, I don't know, I never find it corny. It never grows old. It's always super cool.
Living color there for CM Punk. That was a highlight of WrestleMania weekend for me.
Rhea Ripley had Motionless in White.
They also had one. They also had a guy that played one part of somebody's theme music.
He
only
guitar,
got
right?
because they couldn't get the other band members.
It's still cool though.
Yeah. Cameron Smotherman is like a hood fighter. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand why black men refuse to check calf kicks. Like, what's wrong with checking calf kicks? Street Beefs just dropped a new death sentence fight video. We should watch that instead. I don't even know what that means.
Do we want to know what that means?
Kinda. I don't know if I really want to know what that means. Smotherman looks like he's got some skill. But his stance is kind of like a street dude in a fight. You know what I'm saying? No. I'm not sure. Is that like bum fights? Street beefs are backyard fighting. Oh, is that like what's his
Hilarious that
name?
Dan knows what it is.
Not Dada 5000 because he was one of those guys. But oh shit, what was his name? The one that died. What was his name that died? Damn. He fought in the UFC a couple times. Kimbo Slice. Death Sentence is one of their fighters who went viral for being funny as fuck. Oh, okay. Okay. I remember bum fights.
This is their bum fights.
Nah, but bum fights is really messed up because they would try to entice homeless men to fight with the promise that, you know, they would give them stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they can kick, can he?
Mm.
Surprised he's not throwing more calf kicks because, you know, black men don't really check calf kicks. Well, there it is again. Oh man, that looked dangerous. That spinning wheel kick. Yeesh.
Mm-hmm.
I think I felt the air move over here. Kimbo Slice is pure hood. Yeah.
Can is back. Can says card is booty meat. Well,
Yeah, I don't think too many people like Bo, whatever the fuck his name is. Dan said, yes, I like you. Jeremy Stevens now holds the record for most losses in UFC history. Damn. Yo, C-Cam, we were talking about, I was hoping that you were going to be here a little bit earlier, but we were talking about why I don't care about professional wrestling anymore, and I wanted to get your, I want to get your opinion on why I don't care about professional wrestling anymore. And when I say I don't care about professional wrestling, I mean the in-ring content. Why I don't really care anymore. And I think I was able to put a finger on why when I got a video of my recommended on YouTube last night recommending that I watch
Triple H.
a Triple H versus Batista at WrestleMania 21. And, you know, I think that you would probably agree, C-Ken, but nobody ever thinks of Batista as one of the greatest wrestlers of all time in ring. but the work that he did with Triple H at WrestleMania 21, you could tell how they were working the crowd and working the match and telling a story with the match. The slower pace. I just think that, like, they knew how to sell the gravity of the moment with the match. Oh, Secan says that he thought that Batista was underrated. Okay. Um. Okay, so we're mostly in agreement, Secan. And so, like, when you watched like when you watched like the when you watched the progression of the match, like, um the pace was slower, not because they could not work, but because they were really trying to impress upon you that the violence that they were inflicting upon each other was about as real as it gets. You got to see the reaction from, the pained reaction from everything that was being done. You know, it wasn't just spot to spot to spot to spot to spot. You know, um, I just thought that the pace of the match allowed you to digest the.
He's speaking his language.
Yeah, like it allowed you to digest the whole breakdown of evolution.
Mm-hmm.
And when you watch matches today, you don't really get that so much. And when you do get a slower pace, it really is because one or both of the wrestlers are just really not that great, and you need to slow it down so they can be safe.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not telling any stories with the pace of the match.
Mm-hmm.
I think the whole thing with Cody Rhodes and John Cena, they tried and they failed at that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what CCAN has to say. I prefer slower pace to everything that is flips now than move than flip. Only the community is keeping me involved, but if I wasn't, I would have quit again. Yep. That's why I love Liv and Rhea selling. That's a good job. That's a good point. When you think about the feud between Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley, which is what made me start caring about Liv Morgan. I think that's really what it was. Because Liv Morgan was just a pretty face and nice body.
Mm-hmm.
But her feud with Rhea Ripley, fighting over that weasel, which when you really think about it, is kind of pathetic, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can definitely feel the angst in that. Now, a bad example would be the black chicks that fought at WrestleMania, right? Mm-hmm. They had all of that fucking lead up, which was kind of still a weak lead up, but it was a better lead up to most of the other storylines that were happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the match, it was just ho hum. This is a regular, match that you would see, in the second hour of SmackDown.
Mm-hmm.
There was no emotion in it. There was no urgency. It was spot to spot to spot to spot to spot.
Mm-hmm.
Match ends. Go to the back. Feud is over, or whatever, So yeah, I think that's I think, like, looking at older matches has helped me to really understand what it is, to the point where, and she will tell you, if we both start watching, let's say, Monday Night Raw late, I won't just fast forward through the commercials. I'll fast forward through most of the match too.
Yeah.
And then, like, wait to see, like, how the match ends, because how the match ends does play into the progression of the storyline at certain points. So even matches that I don't really care about, I'll fast forward to toward the end of the match to see if there was a fuck finish.
Yeah, I mean,
some
I
kind?
do that at work because I at least I'm able to catch half of Raw at work. So watch it the next day.
Right.
But yeah, certain matches, if it's not really, you know,
Big deal.
great within the first, I'll give it a minute or two. And then I'll just fast forward through the match. Especially if they're fighters that I'm not familiar with, because there are a lot of fighters I'm not familiar with.
Mm.
So at least give it a chance so that I can learn. And if not, I'm just going through. Like, today's not the day.
Today reminds me a little bit of our main event guy, the way he fights.
Mm-hmm.
Really good footwork. Got to give him credit for that. Sandhagen, I was going to say. He kind of reminds me of his fighting style of Cory Sandhagen. So imagine Side and Sandhagen fighting. It'd almost kind of be like a doppelganger type of situation.
Mm.
Doesn't look like Smotherman has the skill level of Sade. Doesn't really feel like it. Is he asleep?
No, he's up. I think he's just trying to keep that arm stretched out. So.
Oh, but it almost looked like he was out already when he was on his back. Oh, did he just help? Oh, I thought he just helped Sade advance his position. Don't want to see an illegal knee here. Oh, Smotherman survived. Yeah, I agree, Banner. What else does CKN have to do? 2 new matches I give you that feel I want to recommend, but I don't know if you're down to watch. The recommendations are Kenny versus Takeshita and Will Ospreay versus Kyle Fletcher. Both are AEW Revolution. They should be easy to find online on Dailymotion or Tokyo Video. Screenshot this. Me too. I go results based. I don't watch matches anymore with no story. Well, isn't that all the AEW does is matches with no story? I get what you're saying, CK. I get what you're saying. But yeah, like, you know, I'm really into wrestling for the storylines. Mainly, I don't really care at all about the actual in-ring product. I will say, and I think I said this to you before, that I pay attention to the women more because they didn't want to have bra and panties matches anymore, and they really wanted to talk about how legitimate they were as wrestlers. So I do pay attention to their in-ring quality to see if they have advanced their skills. They have.
Well, the last couple of PLEs, the ladies have.
Well,
really,
the top of the card, of the card,
right.
Yeah. There's still some hesitancy and some, you know, half stepping, you know, to try to get into certain positions to then do the next spot.
Which is why I'm saying that the PLEs specifically.
Yeah.
Which the ladies who are featured there are, you know, the top of the card. And they've performed way better at the PLE than they have or than they normally do on a weekly basis.
Mm-hmm. I don't really see anything from Mr. Smotherman. I don't see anything special. He kind of looks like what Floyd Mayweather looked like when he was Pretty Boy Floyd. He kind of has that look to his face. But his actual fighting, I'm not really impressed at all. But I will say that today seems to be a very difficult, rangy fighter to get into range on. He's doing a lot of circling to end the fight, though.
This card is
Yeah, this is
tough. We still have 4 fights left.
I think the fights will get better, but
How are we over an hour in? to the main card, and we're only on the second fight.
Well, it's still, we're out of this.
Ah. Sorry. I just got so annoyed. Like, there's so many fight packs and commercials.
Yeah.
And
Well, remember what I
push
told
us-
you. Remember I told you about TV. The main event is not the television show or the sporting event. The main event is the commercials.
They want this shit to go past 1 a.m.
Remember,
this is not a fucking pay-per-view.
professional sports and television and movies do not
Man,
exist
This is...
without the prospect of being able to throw commercials in your face.
This match should have been over.
This is a really
15
scary
minutes ago.
commercial, though. This commercial does freak me out. Kind of reach back into the childhood real quick.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by the items that we got.
Mm.
Like, I knew it was a risk doing the grocery supplies bag because we could probably get groceries that we want to throw them on the garbage.
Yeah.
But no, this was good.
I want to see today fight Cory Sandhagen. That dude is tired of having the camera stuck on his face. The misconception AEW has is if they don't do stories, they do more rivalries than, oh, I'm just going for your belt, like WWE does. But AEW, they usually do a tournament for belt contenders matches. I think it takes up too much of their airtime. I think people want to see more personal stories. You have MJF with the Hurt Syndicate. I think they need to put more of that type of stuff on TV. It also could be that they've got stories that people don't care about. So it seems like they don't have any stories because they don't have stories that people care about. They not a perfect company. They save stories for big dream matches. Hmm. Like Kenny versus Okada is the big match for AEW All In. Yeah, but why should I care that they're fighting each other other than the fact that they are seen by the IWC as, the top wrestlers? Why should I care beyond that? Yeah, again, like they have 5 matches in Japan that I did not watch and thus don't care about. Like, they got to give me more than that in order for me to want to really invest in whatever it is that they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know anything about any Japanese style except for what I've seen from Shinsuke Nakamura, and let me tell you, I have not been impressed. Their matches feel much more realistic. They don't have to worry about being PG. I mean, I would say that that is a point in their favor. So, here's a funny thing. I want to get your opinion on this, CCAN, because I think this is hilarious. Hulk Hogan is a pariah among wrestling fans. I think that's fair to say, right? I don't think that there are too many Hulk Hogan fans that watch AEW. I don't think that there are many Hulk Hogan fans that watch WWE.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of former fans of. There are a lot of former fans of Hulk Hogan. I know that, there's a really good friend of mine who is, anytime I bring up Hulk Hogan, he gets really upset because he's like sad about it, because I was his guy when he was growing up. Talking about OG, right? Hulk Hogan sees that he is persona non grata in professional wrestling, so he's like, well, I'm going to make my own wrestling promotion. Apparently, is supposed to be a work with Eric Bischoff, who was already claiming that he was done in the professional wrestling business. Hulk Hogan says real American freestyle wrestling isn't going to have 25 writers in the back telling you what to be. So the article goes, earlier this week, Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff announced the launch of real American freestyle wrestling with Izzy Martinez as Chief Operating Officer. While speaking to Adam's Apple, Hogan commented on plans for the league to build personalities. And this is a quote. I have to tell you, we're not doing this with 25 writers in the back telling you what to be, how to act, or what catchphrase to say. We're going real organic with these guys. The thing I worried about was with these amateur wrestlers, do they have the swag? Do they know how to bring an edge to their real personality? But after I've met with them, they all had that Conor McGregor swag. They've all watched TV. They've seen the promos. They know about branding. These kids are really, really smart. So, my question to you is, do you give a half a damn about real American freestyle wrestling? I mean, the way that he's positioning it is almost as if, like, it's just going to be, like, no blacks allowed.
He's got a Martinez on his team, though.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? Somebody in the comment section on this article said, this is going to be as successful as the XFL. That is savage. Montel Jackson versus Daniel Marcos is underway. Okay. Somebody said, come on, we know he, meaning Hulk Hogan, and Bischoff are going to do the whole booking. Hell, he's already set himself up to be the first, only, and longest reigning world champion of the company.
I think Dan is watching the sun come up right now.
Is that what? Yeah, Dan is in that sunken place. Real American. Ugh. Go away. Ken, what do you think about Aleister Black and his packaging in WWE? I'd like to get your opinion on that.
Yes, shout out to Dan. Shout out to all y'all. And shout out to Dan for being with us till the sun comes up. I'm trying to get on my rocking chair. Ken says, yeah, we don't need you, Hulk.
Man observing a $2.5 million Ferrari Daytona SP3 will be delivered in Beverly Hills. Witnesses a whoops moment. Uh-oh.
Oh no. What's the whoops moment?
Yeah, that's...
Ugh,
I hate... Come on. It was a minor moment, apparently.
Well, you don't want any moment with that.
Yeah. It was when the car was turned around that the small whoops moment occurred. The driver maneuvered the supercar. A slight scraping sound could be heard as it rode onto the sidewalk. The person behind the wheel has scraped the underbody of the Ferrari.
Oh.
That's not great. That's not great. But they're so low to the ground, like how
could he have avoided that?
Yeah.
I mean, is that really his fault?
Yeah.
Can't answer your question.
Black is going to be held back by WWE. They're going to build him up, and then he'll be a jobber and toned down because spooky gimmicks have failed in WWE, but he's just going to retire with his wife. Zelina, he's married to Zelina Vega? Lucky him. He and Ripley's He and Rhea, husband Buddy Murphy, Julia Hart, and Brody King were the House of Black in AEW. Okay. Yeah, I heard of House of Black. And I remember he was with them. I think that the Hispanic dude, he's getting over with the dark gimmick.
Damian Priest?
Damian Priest, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's not doing spooky. His is more of goth, but I wouldn't call it spooky.
Yeah, most people can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
It is kind of sad what happened to the White Six though, because they were really like on their way, and then off TV, I think an injury happened or something. But yeah, I think people like Damian Priest. C-Can.
I think he's doing
Yeah.
pretty well as a solo.
Yeah,
I
I
think
think
much better as a solo wrestler.
Yeah, I think the
fighter.
crowd responds to him. I mean, he's not over like LA Knight is, but I think he's doing really well. The crowd likes him.
He's got some good momentum.
Yeah, and they've kind of placed him in that Kane mold, in that Kane position, or
Just
like
without
in
the
between,
horror.
or in between the Undertaker and Kane.
But I really enjoy watching him wrestle.
After Rhea and Damian pairing fell off, I don't know. I heard people don't give a damn about him versus. Yeah, this is a throwaway storyline that hopefully both of those guys can kind of like, kind of catapult off to do other more meaningful things. But yeah, I don't think that anybody cares about this particular feud. But it's really the fault of the writers, not the wrestlers, because they just haphazardly threw it together. The storyline between Gunther and Damian Priest was really good. His world title run I thought was okay. Because he was a fighting champion. I thought it was okay. But it does feel like 1,000 years ago when he was world heavyweight champion. Yeah, I don't know anything about Bad Bunny except that he's very pause-worthy, I heard. So I don't pay attention to anything he's doing. Marcos got him to the ground. Not a great position for Jackson to be in. He just gave up his back to get to his feet. And Marcos let him do it. Wow, okay. So it's like Marcos knows how to get you to the ground, but he doesn't know what to do when he gets you there? That was a little weird.
So Marcos points down to the mat, and then does nothing after. And begins to back up to the cage after what is happening today.
I would say that you being annoying is being annoyed is entertaining, but
you heard that. Me being annoying is entertaining. We have it on tape.
Freudian slip, right? You being annoyed is kind of entertaining.
We're not entertained.
I do think that his partnership with Rhea Ripley was a missed opportunity. I do think that they should have kept, but I think an injury separated them. I think Rhea got hurt, and that fucked up their run together.
I was not watching at all during that, not even the clips. So that part of the storyline is unfamiliar to me.
It was basically when they got betrayed by the Judgment Day, almost simultaneously. Damian and Bad Bunny had a wrestling feud. People loved it. Street Fight, Backlash, Puerto Rico, they both. Yeah, I just don't. I just. It's very difficult for me to really care when. I don't know, there's just certain things about people that I just don't really care to know about them. And once I know it about them, I don't really care what they're doing in entertainment. I'm just going to kind of leave it at that. Doesn't look like the crowd is liking this match very much. They're waving their cell phone cameras around. That seemed to be started last week when we had some bad.
Yeah, I mean,
we had some bad fights.
Basically, how
the whole evening is gone.
Yeah.
Do you know what is going to probably be the most entertaining part of this event? Which is going to end up being the most entertaining part? Dana White's reactions to the quality of these fights.
I think the heavyweights. Who's Lord? I think the heavyweight fight. I think two of the judges had scored it 30-26. And I wasn't even really fucking paying attention.
So there was an ass whooping that was happening that nobody cared about?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I get all of that, Ken. I just... There's certain lifestyle things that when I hear that men are engaging in certain lifestyle choices, I just lose all respect and care for anything they do. That's just what it is. So I don't care about anything that Bad Bunny is doing. I just don't care. Maybe I would have cared if I didn't know about certain lifestyle choices. But like, you know, when you hear, for instance, you hear Will Smith is letting dudes, you know, open his butthole. Can you buy him as some super masculine, you know, world-saving guy or a guy that's so smooth with the ladies? No, you take dick in the butt.
Definitely not smooth with the ladies.
Yeah, like, I mean, your wife disrespects you in public for fun, for sport.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm supposed to buy you his hitch? No. No. And once you start learning about too much of their personal life and their choices and all that stuff and their lifestyle, you know, either you can't buy what they're selling or you just simply don't care.
Mm.
Like, I'm supposed to buy Cucky as a fighter, you know, like you're taking on your wife's ex-husband's last name and all that stuff. He's living in your house, probably still smashing your chick. That's crazy. This nigga said, I don't speak Cuckanese. Joaquin Buckley.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Joaquin Buckley, man. Oh, man. That might be the second greatest knockout he's ever had in his career. That line. Of course, the switch kick on Impa Kasaganai was, you know, obviously
Number one,
all,
yeah.
yeah, all world, all time knockouts. But that line he used on Cucky was uh, a moderate a moderate second. He said cocky, and then he wrote you. I think he meant to say Cucky. Apparently, he doesn't care that his nutritionist is feeding his. Oh, we're gonna leave it alone. But my point is, I don't care about any. You know, certain guys that, you know, let certain parts of their, and I'm just gonna say it. It's not manly. You know, if you're a dude out there messing with other dudes, it's just not manly. I don't care. I just don't care. I don't care people's opinions. It's I can't buy you as some, you know, testosterone red blooded male. I can't buy it. I can't buy it. This is really boring.
It is. I'm just logging the
Look
food
at what
I
Marcos
intend
is
on eating
doing.
tomorrow. Relogging my breakfast, relogging my lunch. Perks of eating.
At least I know I'm going to be able to get back to sleep
Oh, we're just gonna pass out like instantly.
on camera. Yeah, this is not good. I just want to see what if Dana White is at this event. I want to hear what he says at the post fight presser. Look at Marcos kind of walking away from Jackson. Jackson is not showing me much here either. They can darce him up. Did he darce him up? Did he darce him up? Oh, he's got the thumbs up.
Nah. We
I'm
didn't make it to 3 sheep. We got like 2.5 sheep.
trying to get excited about something.
I know.
Fighters are making that very difficult. Apparently, there's something wrong with Montel Jackson's leg.
Yeah, didn't he get kicked a lot?
No, it looked like they were looking at something like the bone or something on his shin.
Ugh, I don't need to see this commercial. Guys, we could have done the termite or the spider. It's not that.
Nah, all of those commercials look scary as shit to me.
No, it's the worst one.
He said, why is he running around with his hands up? He's talking about Daniel Marcos. That was annoying. That was very, very annoying to see. I hate it when a fighter obviously loses the fight and they're running around in the cage with their arms up. Like, fuck off.
I'm annoyed that our movie theater has not posted movie times for Stitch yet. This is some old bullshit. It comes out in 2 weeks.
Yeah, they don't really post movie times very far ahead for this theater.
But they have movie times posted for Mission Impossible comes out the same day. They have movie
Oh, they're
times posted
probably
for that.
prioritizing that one.
Where's he, Stitch?
The way Marcos walked off, that was funny as hell. Notice how, like, nobody's coming to the cage with the microphone. They're like, yo, get the fuck out the cage, yo.
Yeah, there were a few people that they interviewed earlier. Well, one of them they had to because she retired.
Oh, wow, Brad Penny. It's really crazy how, like, you see these guys on the mound. Then you see them 10 years later. Like, holy shit, we're getting old. Santiago Ponzinibbio. His fights are usually pretty entertaining, though, so. We were just talking about Daniel Rodriguez last week.
It's one of the few picks that I made.
I think Ponzinibbio beats him. He's just too technically sound. But Daniel Rodriguez is a prison brawler. Literally. And it has been determined?
Yeah.
Yes, it has. Let me get rid of this. You're busy? The robot's busy.
I have to order it.
Yo, we're getting to be lazy as shit, yo.
I have to order it and then I have to get rid of the garbage that you left on the floor.
Absolutely difficult.
She was busy, okay?
Oh, man. Hilarious.
Actually, if you try, you would understand that I was actually busy.
Oh, man.
And I dropped my phone.
Oh.
Oh, she did. Yeah. She,
Yeesh.
And I cried. You know how busy I was? Imagine.
Oh, man.
actually, what happened out there was more entertaining than the fights.
Yeah, that's not entertaining.
It was very entertaining. Thing two was in the living room
Oh, I got something for you.
cleaning and then drops peas on the floor
Who wants peas, brother?
as she's cleaning the floor.
On May the 4th, we do chess. Because if you want to get some nookie from a chick whose cookie is hairier than a Wookiee.
I was waiting for the Wookiee. He knew Wookiee was coming. Oh boy.
You stop. You stop.
Oh, man.
You stop.
It's about to start, babe.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, I'm not. I still have a commercial on, Dan. It's a weird commercial that doesn't look like a real commercial. It looks like a spoof, and I'm very confused. It looks like this commercial is actually a joke, but I don't really know. Yep, I still got commercials. Still on commercials. Oh my god. Finally. Oh yes. I forgot he has that tattoo. Finally. I see them now. Took a while, but I see it now. They're about to fight, babe. They're about to fight.
They finally got in the cage.
Oh, I didn't even put this. Yep.
Thank God. Hi, y'all.
Oh my god. It's hard to sit because any pressure applied to my hamstrings hurt.
Also, it's hard to sit because the fights have been pretty underwhelming.
That too.
It looks like Daniel Rodriguez has picked up some more terrible looking tattoos. Is he just spending all of his UFC money on horrible tattoos?
Yeah. They're just all muddy looking.
Yeah, they don't look good at all. Now, I thought that Santiago would just be a technician in there and just outclass him. But maybe Rodriguez is, maybe he's training and taking it seriously.
Someone on the back of his head new?
I don't know. But I know that most of his tattoos look like trash. To pay tens of thousands of dollars to look like garbage is crazy. Well, now I understand what Dan Jensen was talking about.
Oh, it's a
I don't think it's most women that are doing them stupid ass surgeries, but the ones that spend tens of thousands of dollars, they usually look considerably worse than when they, went in, before the knife. Women almost always look worse after plastic surgery.
Mm.
He just kick himself off his feet. Oh, he took a left
Took
hook for his
advantage.
troubles.
Yeah.
He took a left hook for his troubles. Took another left hook. Took
Smart
another
man.
left hook.
Smart man.
Another left hook. That one slip almost caused Ponzinibbio to fight. He does look like he's very uncomfortable in the cage.
He still looks stiff-legged.
Yeah. He's doing a lot of backpedaling. D-Rod is really trying to catch him with that left hand. Yep. Ponzinibbio's walking around like Donald Trump was 2-3 years ago. I was talking to Mrs. Evil about these new class of Domino's pizza commercials where they are touting the stuffed crust version, and they accidentally made it clear that people are not brand loyal to them because people assume that they had a product that they never had, that their competitors have had for well over 20 years, right?
Forever.
Yeah. And people just assume that Domino's always had a stuffed crust pizza, and they're like, nope, we've never had that. You know why? Because they're eating your competitor's pizza. Ponzinibbio looks like he's recovered somewhat. But if he catches another clean hook, he's gonna go back to his Trump stance.
The next 3 days are gonna be kind of cool. 60s.
Yeah,
Nice one.
hit him with the right straight. He stepped into that one too. Ponzinibbio is in there looking like Tony Ferguson. Very surprised this fight is going like this. I thought Ponzinibbio was just gonna outclass him with technical striking skills. And maybe Daniel Rodriguez might just be taking his career more seriously now. Oh, how you punch him and you slip?
Yeah, that was weird.
Ponzinibbio landed a beautiful right cross and then slipped. Like he was the one that got caught with it. That was awful looking. You don't got the hip mobility for that, D-Rod. Pause. You can't get the wrestling implemented. It's sad when Stephen Thompson is getting excited about this. And this fight is not even that good. It's not a bad fight. But we've seen so many more better fights than this. But after seeing all these boring exchanges all night, you're like, wow, these guys are actually throwing their hands and taking turns trying to deliver damage. Why does it look like Ponzinibbio is about to collapse every time he lands a punch? What is wrong with this guy? Dude, get your nose out of his fucking crotch. Yo, just kill that wrestling attack. It's not gonna work. Stop. Stop. Stop, Ponzinibbio. Stop. You look dumb. And now you're getting manhandled. He just barely touched him. I wonder if he's really, really hurt. Because every little thing seems to be affecting him, including his own punches striking the opponent. He looks like Tony Ferguson in there.
Yeah.
This looks awful. I'm gonna buy this. I mean Ponzinibbio.
tough night.
For everybody involved. Mostly the fans. Do you think that they would notice if we just signed off real quick and...
I think they're probably asleep. I just imagine them like, and they're just waiting to hear their name. You're like, oh, what? No, I was watching the whole time.
Awful. I'm going back to watching the baseball bat bros.
The paint's coming off, but that's it. That was one on. I knew this thing would be stupid. It doesn't feel like a wood bat. I'll tell you that much. It does not feel like a wood bat. It feels like a hollowed out wood bat. It actually feels like I'm hitting with a cork bat, guys. Okay, let's get the head out and hit the floor.
That was a rocket. That was a rocket.
That would be my wood bat PR if we are considering this a wood bat.
Fuck off.
107, 393. It actually feels like a bomb bat on steroids. How do you call this a wood bat? This is insane.
That ball disappeared.
107, 474. Like, we're in crazy elevation, so like that's more like a 440, but still. We are in a situation here. No, what do we do? It feels like a combat all over again. Do we review this as a wood bat, or do we review this as just like a BB4 metal bat?
This is where we've gotten to with UFC. People are tuned into our stream watching me watch the baseball bat bros while fights are going on.
Oh. Well. Sure, he's fine.
Dude, Jadis said he did.
He's like, no, I wasn't knocked out. I can't stand up on my own. I can't stand without assistance, but I'm fine.
Yeah, it is sad. He's looking like Tony Ferguson, Dan. Dude, you got knocked the fuck out.
It's like, I got 5 more rounds.
In fact, you knocked the fans out before you got knocked out. And there's that left hand. Oop, then the right hook. Oop, there's the left again. He's saying no. Look at Oh, look at that combo. Combo breaker. Look. Yeah, I can do it. The way he stumbled to the side of the cage was funny as hell.
Yeah. And the last shot he hit, he pretty much just like splayed out.
Yeah. And there was GMP involved.
Let's see what's the I'm fine.
It's kind of like, it's like a funny cartoon.
Oh, man.
Everyone's calling it a wood composite. It is NCAA certified as a wood composite. The teams are going to be swinging that. Bro, it's kind of good for a metal bat. It's honestly, dude, 110 with these baseballs? That's among the highest velos I've ever gotten with these baseballs, with any bat, with any BB core or wood bat. Just so we can like all get on the same page here. I'm gonna take one more swing with a regular wood bat. All right, RA13 custom maple. This thing's bat that's already very questionably a wood bat. It's definitely more of a composite bat. So, first of all, that hurt my hand so much worse. 98. 106. Dude, the sweet spot just stinks. Back to our top-ranked BB format for one. A metal bat.
Put them slides on.
Hammered. That was 108, guys. What?
You got the rock slides on. You slide out of the cage.
We don't need an interview.
I mean, but it is a knockout, so gotta give him some flowers for the knockout. Somebody said D. Rod just woke everyone up. Yeah, because everybody was fucking asleep. He's carved out a nice little career for himself. Unfortunately, he's going to take his win money and get more horrible looking tattoos.
Someone said, "What a camera shot there." Went to commercial. D-Rod celebrating with Ponzanino's stuff.
Yeah.
Pleading he's okay. That was a great shot.
That was cartoonish.
Yeah.
Even as funny as that was, I'm not sure that that was worth having to sit here waiting for that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jack Della has no chance to win. Like, Bilal's going to get a premium whiff at his nutsacks. And that's unfortunate.
And back to whatever the heck this is. If this can be considered a wood composite bat, I will go as far as to say this is the
This
most
was probably the
revolutionary
shittiest
thing that has
UFC
happened.
card of the year so far.
You said what?
Just seeing if other people are suffering the way we're suffering.
Is that, which Diaz brother is that? Or is that just a random, everybody is, fucking, you can pay for verification on Twitter now, so. Yeah, I don't really see a path to victory for Jack Della Maddalena. Bilal is going to get up close and personal, nose to nutsacks. I hope Jack wins, but I don't see it. can't see anything.
Oh, this is great. Oh, this is what I was talking about. This was the heavyweight fight.
Oh, Dontel Mays got fucking destroyed. It was a 30-25. Damn. Damn. He got fucked up. Usually you don't see heavyweight fights get scorecards like that because somebody's been knocked out.
But he was not fucked up in spectacular fashion.
Oh, he got laid on?
It was snooze fashion, yeah.
Maybe he got bored in the cage too.
Hmm.
Damn. Oh, there's a wet blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, got it. And we know that he has no takedown defense, so.
Since the bomb back. And it's even a better version. Unless the durability sucks, or maybe it gets outlawed, I don't know, but it swings slightly lighter than the combat. And the sweet spot is similar. The sweet spot feels like it's 3 times bigger than the bomb bat, honestly. Dude, the paint's flying off. It's the sticker decal is flying off. I keep thinking it's breaking though. 108.
Damn, that ball disappeared from the camera. Damn.
105, 460. I was hoping that we would one day get back the bomb bat end load. We got it back. And plus some. I am worried about the legality of it though. It's actually a pretty dang solid BB core. Comparing it to a freaking combat, guys. We're gonna have to re-review it as metal bat. Okay, last one was a regular wood bat. I'm gonna switch to this. Back to the torpedo. Hammer. There we go, 106. Unfortunately, we were hit balls 108, 110. Really kind of awkward situation. It could be the best wood composite of all time if it stays a wood composite. So John actually pointed out one potentially concerning development. This might be absolutely nothing, but there could be a small crack right there. So we're gonna put about 50 to 100 hacks on this thing, because yeah, I guess the one Achilles heel could be the barrel walls are so thin that this thing might just break and cave in. So we're gonna beat this bat up a little bit, see if it holds up. But before we do that, we actually want to show you some hacks we took with this thing at a big league stadium. Check it out.
Seattle. Worst batter's eye in the league.
I'm gonna absolutely this so far. Find a bit more. That's 110.4. Kind of update that power. Dang. Dude, that ball's cooking. Give me
Golly.
at least. Barely. 109, 428 feet. And this bat absolutely bangs. So a little update though. So we still have that original crack, but then we even have like another one. Small horizontal crack right here. Small horizontal crack right here. Let's hope that doesn't progress. And kind of my theory here is that similar to like a regular composite barreled baseball bat, the reason
I don't even think that we can do a comment to the stream because there's just two.
Well, I wanted to see what that comment was. I'm just gonna leave it. Sometimes the hassle of putting like place over text or, you know, putting everything live except for that one is sometimes not worth it. You know what I mean?
There it is. It broke.
I didn't think it was that broken. That was way farther along than I realized. Dude, this is sick. You can totally see it. That is freaking insane. It is more wood than I gave it credit for. Like, most of the bat is wood, but you have just that juiced composite core right there. Wow. Yeah, that was my concern. So I absolutely still stand by kind of my previous statement. This is the hottest wood bat I've ever swung in my life, and I think just the pure innovation of this idea is insane. I mean, it basically is a bomb bat with modern day 2025 high-end technology. It's like if you corked a bat times 1,000. I mean, I technically registered a higher exit deal with this than my top-ranked BB core bat, but I was concerned about how the wood shell would perform under pressure, being compressed a whole bunch. This is maple, and what I would potentially recommend
Colleen.
to the makers of this bat would be to try a more flexible, maybe less rigid.
Actually, I would love for both of these fighters to lose. Mike Beltran. Yeah. That's the safest.
Here we go. We've got something.
World champion kickboxer just wants to grab people. Go back to kickboxing, guy. They're trying to bore us to death. This is boring as hell. The crotch sniffer is on his back. He's trying to be dangerous on his back. This is where does this rank as far as some of the worst UFC cards that we've covered? There's got to be top 3 worst, right?
Yeah, I'd say
Pretty
so.
easily.
Pretty easily. It's weird because there's a lot going on, but there's nothing going on. Like we've had some where people are just standing there, just laying on each other, just.
It looks like we got a popped cauliflower ear.
But some of these fights, like they are actually trying to fight each other, but it's so underwhelming. Like this is the most amount of nothing that has happened.
We're trying, folks. We're trying.
Well, we'll make sure we have snacks for the next one. I'll probably buy that on Tuesday if you want. Some Cheeps. I don't know.
We're grasping at straws right now.
I don't know. Just every Saturday we're like, snacks. I'm like, ah, fuck, I should have bought it on Tuesday. I don't think I bought that pay-per-view yet. Maybe I did.
Bo Nickel looks like he was not prepared to fight today. This is awful banner. It's just awful. The Ritter is giving him the business with those knees, though. He is killing him to the body with those knees. Nichols in a lot of trouble. Nichols in a lot of trouble. And it started with... Oh, he killed him with the body shot. Oh, my God. Oh, he ruined his... Oh, he ruined his rib cage. Dan Jensen with the ultra racist laugh.
Oh, he did it six times.
Yeah, he did it 6
Damn,
times, yeah.
That is ultra.
Yo, he ruined him to the body, man. Go sit your failed fucking hype train ass down. Look at this. Look. Fake one knee. Watch this. Watch. He's coming. Boom. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, man.
I think I just buy it already.
Ugh. I hate the way he fights, but... Seacan doesn't like O'Malley.
And that damn
Buckley. He doesn't like
Buckley.
Joaquin Buckley. Yep. Yeah, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Yeah, I think I already think I bought that.
That's just disgusting. How them ribs?
Tinder.
Take up the tenderizer. The only problem with Sugar losing next fight is that Maraba's champ. I mean, I like O'Malley. And I like Buckley. Don't really like Bilal very much, though. I don't like this Doretta guy either, but at least he put a stop to that bullshit ass hype train. Oh man, the way he crumbled was crazy. Ugh. Train derailed. Yeah. I don't really think that many people like Bo, whatever the fuck his name is, Nickel.
wood, which is like really cheap and easy to get, because maple is very, very stiff. It doesn't like to bend as much as birch and beech, so I just think it's a tiny bit of a design flaw. But the concept is there. Dude, that was the most fun I've ever had hitting with the wood band. But it did not last super long, and I didn't really face anything beyond like 60 miles an hour. So,
Thank you, Dan, for the
it
reminder.
needs to be a little more resilient than that.
Hit the like button. Even if it's a sleepy clicking of the like button,
Yeah, for real.
or Dan will find you.
Yeah, just hit the like button because we sat here being tortured by this fucking trash.
Even the guy in the locker room looks bored. I don't know who the fuck that is, but I'm as bored as you, sir.
Damn, some dude is doing 1,260 milligrams of test. That's crazy. Yeah. Actually, it was sleep, then one more.
Go for you. The rest of us can't wait. Let's go snooze. Oh God, I hope not, Dan. I hope not. Alright, let me prep my breakfast and my coffee, so as soon as I wake up, I could just get the fuck out. Do my clothes real quick.
a nice first round finish would be awesome, right? No, Deiveson Figueiredo, he killed himself to get down to 125, but he was really dominant, very powerful and scary. At 135, he's just a regular ass fighter. At 135.
still streaming? Or is hockey over?
Hockey probably is over.
Yeah, because he has a follow-up video after. Guardians of Chaos. This lady has a Met hat. That's cool.
Yep, 5'11" versus 5'5", and the reach advantage is only 2 inches.
That's wild.
5-1 favorite Cory Sandhagen, which doesn't surprise me at all. How Figueiredo got to rank number 5 in this division, who knows?
David's got his second wind.
It seems like it.
I know, we were sleepy. I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck. Awful announcing. Dan Jensen says, "Good for you, David. If we only could hype ourselves up."
Hey everyone, how's
Yeah, I think we're safe now.
Come on, end it quick, Corey. Oh, looks like Dan might be right. Unless they are able to create some space and get back to the center of the cage here.
Neither, actually. It's boxing gloves, I think.
Wow. Oh, man. End the fight, Corey. And he's gonna fall off. Well, you guys thought that it was gonna be Sandhagen doing the sniffing, and it hasn't worked out that way.
Some good strikes. Just keep doing that. You've got long arms. Ooh,
Okay. Yep. Come on. Come on. More damage. More first round damage. More first round damage, Corey. So we can get the fuck out of here. He just backhanded him.
Mm-hmm.
Another one. And another one.
I was like, he's gonna punch him in the butt. Yep. For all the shots that Figueiredo took,
yeah, come
I'm
on.
surprised there isn't more blood.
Come on, Corey. End the fight.
Don't kick him in the balls. Don't need a ground Victor Henry. That arm is pinned.
Come on, you could have ended the fight, man. I think there's blood now.
Yeah, I saw blood there already.
No,
but
I
it
think
just seemed
that
like
I
a
think
little-
that last elbow really got through to do some damage. He looks like Jeff McNeil. So much for the first round finish. I was thinking that cut on Figueiredo's nose reminds me of damn, I almost had his name right there. He lost to Alex, and the skin on his nose is basically just like worn away. When you see him now, because he's got a fight coming up, you can see that the skin is like permanently like fucked.
Yeah. That was a good kick.
Nah, I think Cory Sandhagen is doing the best that he can with what he's been given. You know, while Figueiredo was holding out for like a heel hook of some sort, he was throwing bombs from every angle and direction. I gotta give Cory some credit. I just want this to be over so I can go to bed. Oh, right hook.
That was good.
Yeah, but Cory was like, wow, that was supposed to hurt more. Figueiredo is a lot like Marlon Vera in that he won't. He's always looking for the perfect shot to land a one-hitter quitter, and he won't throw anything else.
Figueiredo really wants that foot.
Yeah.
Like, please,
Maybe because he
give me
hates
that
the
foot.
tattoo. But he ends up on his back getting G'd and P'd. G and P'd. I'm so happy Bo Nickel got his rib cage crushed.
Crush.
Nice power double. And he's throwing them bows. Dun, dun. Throw them bows. Oh, what an up kick.
I mean, this is a much better fight than all the other fights.
Yeah,
it's
but
just all the other fights put us to sleep.
Yeah, and it's 1 a.m. Eastern. We just really want to get out of here at this point. He's going to try to corral him for head and arm. Yeah, that's a good question. Who did pick the Ritter? Dan said he hoped that Bo Nickel would lose. Whoever picked Smotherman was very wrong. Daniel Marcos, wrong. Banner picked De Ritter. JL, you did. You picked De Ritter. Travis picked Bo Nickel.
I realized there were multiple Rodriguez's on the
I think
card.
you meant,
but I
you
think
meant Daniel.
Yeah.
You meant Daniel?
Mm-hmm. And I
Well,
only
you
picked-
made a good pick because I would have picked wrong.
Um,
Yay! The fight's over!
Oh!
Oh! He fucked his knee up.
And I picked Santos because I was just picking against Tate.
Well, he kept trying to pop this guy's knee, and well, you know, he got his knee popped. Because Sandhagen wasn't going for that.
I wonder why he was just so fixated on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And he was getting punched in the face 40 times while holding on to it. That was
Over and
dumb.
over and over again, going for that.
And now he ends up
one
with
finisher.
the injury that he was trying to inflict. And got his face crushed after that, too. Let's see this. Oh, there it is. He just tried to change positions. That was it. And he's like, okay, let me start punching you in the face, too.
Well, the ref hadn't stopped it.
Oh, he tapped. He tapped out. He submitted. Look, look, look. And there it is. Well, I mean, you were trying to cause that very injury, and then you got it. Tap, tap. He tapped out.
And actually, the ref didn't catch the tap.
Nope.
Not until Sandhagen looked back to him.
Yep. Yep. Look at the knee already swelled up. But they want to put a t-shirt on him instead of putting ice on the knee.
Well,
Sandhagen has fucked up his opponent's careers. It's gonna be a while before you see Deiveson Figueiredo again.
was
Yeah,
it
very long night, man. But I'm glad that we got through it. We got through it with the power of you and her.
This is not even the longest stream, but this is the longest night. We've done longer streams that were not this long. Oh man, that was tough.
Yeah, that was rough.
Appreciate you guys staying up till the morning with us. Good morning to all.
For real.
That was tough. Y'all are awesome.
I think O'Malley has a good chance to finish Cory because of his timing with the prowess. You know, his prowess with the timing. Obviously, Marab is just kind of just running through
Timing with
everybody.
prowess.
Yeah, I need to go away. Piotr Jan, I don't know if he beats Cory Sandhagen, but the other two, I would pick to beat Cory.
Mm.
But I thought it was kind of karma that Deiveson Figueiredo kept trying to twist Sandhagen's knee and kept trying to, you know, intertwine their legs, and then just a simple weight shift.
It's just weird that I find it weird when fighters just go for that one.
And
I
they
need
never
to
let go.
finish the fight in this one specific
Yeah.
way, and there are no other options.
Especially when they go
I
for
don't
that.
understand it.
When they go for that double leg up against the cage and they just get elbowed against, you know, the side of the head.
Pivot, do something else. This is not
Yeah.
working. Good night, Dan. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Don't work too hard. Those
Yeah,
are
word
doctor's
up.
orders.
What would you like to say to the people after this besides go get some sleep?
I appreciate that while you guys were fighting sleep, you chose to stick around. And I really appreciate it.
I mean, we're the fighters that won because we defeated sleep. I mean, if we're being real, I mean,
Oh.
that was awful. This is one of the worst cards I think that we've covered.
Thank you, Dan, for being our stream sponsor and for putting in your order for 2 barbecue ribs.
Yep, I completed your order.
They were delicious.
Yeah.
We got a
Well-
pay-per-view next week, so we'll be up late, but we're expecting to be up late next week. So it makes it a little more. It's easier to prep for that.
Well, I will say this. The most important thing is to be safe out there in the real world.
And may the 4th be with you. It's on Monday. Happy Star Wars Day.
No. It's right now.
Oh, may the 4th be with you.
There's